Welcome to VCT Pacific 2025.
Everything
Talon.
matters for Talon. It's the Thailand team who wants to represent at Masters Bangkok. We saw a new beginning for Talon's roster as they qualify for champions, and with all this off-season time, had they finally fine-tuned this squad for success. And we see now the victors from the charades game with Bella. This is their prize. They get some cool sunglasses.
I want some of those.
You know, maybe we'll do that. We'll get prizes out next time. But facing them is global esports, and there was a time not too long ago where if you said global esports could be the ones to stop this team from getting to Bangkok, you probably maybe scratch your head. No offense, big time. But instead, this fresh new roster has some of the best from the Ascension teams in the Tier 2 across the regions, and they have been showing up. In fact, Kelly S. said in his interview he's not really worried about Talon because he scrimmed them a lot back when he was on Oasis. So to see them match up now, this is really a big question mark. A lot of us were 50-50 on who would win this.
Yeah, I feel like we're down to, you know, one-head Twitch chat analysis at this point. Who's topping the ranked leaderboards? Who's winning the scrims? Send them to Bangkok.
That's a very good point. Having scrimmed against a team is nice. You get to see the kind of ideas that they want to play, but the results are not always necessarily accurate. So playing them on a stage is a very, very different feeling. But I think I'm very excited for this matchup. There's so much potential for both of these teams.
Yeah, some worrying results in the off-season for Talon, but, you know, that could just be them experimenting. However, they will need to perform on this stage. And given that they're already seated ahead in the upper bracket based on their performance last year, seeing GE as their opponent in this round is got to be one of the easier draws to actually make it deeper into the bracket here.
Yeah, I think this is sort of a bracket draw where both teams are kind of happy. This is a game that feels very winnable for both sides. The people supporting Global will say, of course they can beat Talon. And of course, the people supporting Talon will say, of course they can beat Global. You know, it's kind of, it goes both ways, I think. So both teams are going to be happy, very excited for this game. And I think this is the real test for both of these rosters now.
Now, I almost forgot, Talon has a new assistant coach. He was the FlyQuest Red Game Changers coach, and now you can see him right there. He's joined us here. And how important are assistant coaches?
Oh, the most important.
They're
Far and away, the #1 most important role on every team. No, I do think if you've head coached on your own for a long time and then you bring in an assistant, it's someone to split that workload with, especially when it comes to preparation.
Ooh.
Okay, there you go.
Talon pulling out something
I love that
here.
Yep, Yoru, double duelist with the Teo. You got the breach. It's a very explosive comp. That's what I expected with them picking attack on split. Over on the side of GE, they're going to back themselves with the slower comp. They're playing again the double Senti. I like the fade as the single init, just to have that flexibility with the Prowlers and the refresh on the Haunt and the Astra. So this is right off the gate going to be explosiveness versus a very slow, wally defense.
It's Primi on the Teo.
I know. I wanted one. Primi is now becoming a flex player. He is now playing an initiator. He's on the Teo. He's not on a duelist. He's not on a sentinel. Ban on the Yoru. Paired up with Cruz as the breach. I thought Cruz was going to play Teo, to be honest.
Yeah.
So this is, they've definitely cooked something up. Are you guys thinking this is crazy, or does it make sense?
They've definitely seen the split comp before. Playing this Teo against that double sentinel, you have a lot of stuff to break that util. This seems like a deliberate plan to come into split.
Well, I am very excited for this matchup again. We have not seen Talon yet, and we saw Global Esports have a really great showing, a really strong start, even with a, I don't even know if I should call him a sub with Darion there, but they've been playing really well. And we are ready to get into map 1. We're gonna toss it over to casters. We got Quack and we got Chobra to take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, Quack and Chobra here for the first match of the night. Talon versus GE. The desk broke down, you know, all the history, the players and whatnot. But right now we got to focus on this team composition. The Teo coming out, not too shocking. But who's playing it is maybe the surprising part.
Yeah, and you actually had a really interesting point about that. But one thing I am noticing, though, is that they're not playing with a Sentinel. So that means, you know, they're looking for more of these rounds on the attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, personally, I think especially with Teo coming out, maybe Vice and Deadlock, obviously that combination is currently on a huge win streak around the world, so I could see those Sentinels, but the traditional Sentinels, they do look like they're losing a bit of their power, and especially with Talon now having Raze, Breach, and then you have the Teo, and then you have the Yoru as well with the decoys against the Cypher. I'm just not quite sure how much value Darien will be able to find here on this defense. We're going to see just a very, very standard default setup, just a trip to try to delay them into A main, and then you've got the 2 stars over by B. From the Astra, Poppy once again being tasked with anchoring down a site on his own.
Yeah, possibly the Baron Mash just to block off mid as well, but Talon does start things off a little bit slow.
Just trying to see if there's any type of push out. Obviously with the double Sentinel and the Astra, there's got to be a lot of delay. So Talon just gauging, is this a stack? Are you trying to delay only on one side? What's going on here? Baron Mesh going to be taken down. Obviously takes a while on that pistol round, but they still prefer to keep that open, and Poppy gets taken down immediately. And then there's a follow-up in mid as well.
Just on both sides all of a sudden, and that's just Talon being able to kind of sneak through.
And I love that it's going to be Primi on that tail. The more I think about it, as we see, it's just a slow creep out, but it's a double, kind of distracting Darien, and that's all the Cypher trips gone as well. Just a fast hit onto A site. And just 2 people, never mind, it's just the round done right there and there. Talon going to be leading 1-0.
Almost a flawless pistol. I mean, Baron Cruz, who just fell, but at the same time, that's just so impressive. You start things off a little bit slow and steady, but the creeps through, being able to find players from GE, you know, I don't think that was fully expected, right? Maybe they baited out some peaks from GE by, you know, trying to spam down the Baron Mash and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the crosshair placement there on the replay. It was very clearly Primi just waiting for it because it was going to take so long. So I love that extra investment in Talon, and now look at the buy. 5-man buy, 4 rifles. They want to snowball this lead as much as possible. Trip's just going to be destroyed. All the pockets being destroyed as well with the salvos. And then it's just the judge. Okay. But he's not going to be able to survive for much longer.
And now it's on to Primi as well. I mean, they already have the site swarm, so it's not too bad. Just the judge lost. It's all up to GE with some upgraded pistols to try to find their way through.
Yeah, the most important thing, obviously, even as a judge, that's not going to be able to be picked up here by Global Esports. So it is going to be a tough retake. I mean, GE, yeah, it's 4v5. Yes, it's close quarters, it's split, so you could try, but at the same time, you just don't really have much to work with. I wouldn't mind if they just went to the spike, but they're just going to give away so many ult points. And Talon, once again, surviving with 4 people.
Yeah, trying to flood through elbow, but just everyone from Talon able to read the situation. Of course, you know, with the firepower, why not go for the line of sight and just spam away into screens? It all works out.
Yeah, I think also perhaps not really realizing that it's 4 rifles on top of that judge, right? So their Talon's obviously just able to keep their distance. Nice and calm from Darien. You know, Darien obviously had a bit of a slow start last week in their opening match, but he went right back into form later on in the series. See if he's able to keep things up a bit higher from the get-go. Now the matchup, you're just going to fill that buy of the judge with the Bucky. And it looks like, once again, just mid, you want to get rid of that wall as soon as possible. I love the salvos right into vents as well. This just destroys any control over mid.
And straight into vents as well, but unfortunately it's going to be Kelly's right around the corner. So once again, Global kind of aware of what's going on around mid.
Just a good block there, not being thrown off by the Yoru. Now, they haven't really explored the entire setup on B. Obviously, you see the stars, but that sonic sensor, you hear it now. Jitboy's going to wait for his team before they break it and go.
It's quite tricky, especially if you are getting into this. All these stars are going to slow everything down, and it starts off with the gravity well. Global trying to fire on through into it. Crystal will be able to pick up the double now, and onto the last one, trying to fill in the gaps. It's just not quite going to work out. GE managed to put a stop to everything.
Yeah, this does feel like after losing the Yoru in mid, Talon just focusing on saying, okay, we found the sonic sensors. Even with the 3 stars here, we can try to get across. I think the ideal scenario would have been Governor really making it past that gravity well safely so that he can create a crossfire, but he's just going to get taken out as soon as he comes right back in. He kind of lands on that edge, gets drawn into the center, same with Primi, and that slows down the entire thing. At that point, you don't have much of an option. So they'll have to consider how to draw out that star usage from Poppy just a bit more in future rounds.
However, at the same time, you know, GE trying to keep things interesting, so this time the stars are a little bit more spread out. Ooh, Bando.
I mean, taking that ram control, obviously with the flash and his own setup combo as well. So they're not quite sure. Was there any other follow-up right now? Prowler is going to tag Bam, push him back. So you can kind of make an assumption given his position on ramps and where the Prowler activated, but no clarity just yet.
It does kind of buy the attention away back to the A side, but this deep...
เอาสายแลนผมหลุดเอา โอ้โหโอ้โหแล้วคือสายแลนเครื่องนี้หรือสายแลนเครื่องเล่นเกมไม่หลุดไงไอ้เครื่องไลฟ์สดไม่หลุดไงเป็นไร
เน็ตบูท
เออ
เน็ตบูท
โอ้อะไรอ่ะเน็ตเวิร์กเอ้าไปอีกแล้วสายแลนใหม่ของเขาแล้ววะ Oh my god
from this
Bro.
round on the side of Global Esports, right? I mean, noticing that Ben had the gate crash back towards ramps, they actually went
My
back in to clear that
God.
out. So taking him down just gave them so many more options. But at the same time, like you mentioned, Yudotan going so aggressive just to take things into his own hands, right? Noting that they were up around mid.
ฮารอนแปลกๆ
So
ละ
being able to shut all that down. Global
เอ้า
Esports picks up
แล้วทำไมมันเหลือแค่เนี้ยสปีดอ่ะ
Yeah, very heads up from Uniton, but no, we're not gonna have much time to talk about that pass.
3
round as we see
BB
another
light
pass hit coming in from Talon.
ก็ไม่ได้ล็อกสปีดไว้แล้วนะ
A half by just 2 stingers, one of them
ทำไมมัน
already
วิ่งแค่
dropped.
นี้วะ
And that's a quick shutdown. And some of these fast rushes, it's going to be tough against the Denlock and the Cypher and the Astra as well. So much delay on the defensive side of Global Esports.
And information being picked up right now. Taking a look at the map, it's Crystal pushing out, so he doesn't spot anyone on the other sides, but Ban is kind of circling back. Goes for the wide step, but Crystal still able to burst him down.
Yudotan didn't quite catch sight of Cruz just yet. Cruz is going to close the gap quite a bit.
ก็1 กิกะบิตไป
What's the fate, Yudo?
1 กิกะ
He's
บิต
gonna
ฟูล
back
ดู
off.
เทคไว้นี่
This is where he used to shine last week, making the smart choices. He still gets taken down, but numbers still advantage for Global
เบื่อ
Esports.
ทำไมมันวิ่งแค่
already
100 เมกวะเนี่ย
There as well, up
เน็ต
around
500
the
กู
pillars. Darren is able to get down to first, but Primi still quite deadly with the Sheriff. Now picks up the
Bro,
judge.
what?
Full util as well, but Poppy is very prepared for it.
If he had got, if he had made it a 1v1, Armageddon online as well, so much delay just on his own, that could have been just a prime example of how Teo shines in that post-buy situation,
แล้ว
which
เน็
we
ตแบบ
haven't really
เหล
quite
วเลย
seen
อะตอนเนี้ย
yet, right? Not too many plants coming through successfully, obviously just aside from the first 2 rounds. And so Talon, they'll have to figure out how they're actually going to break through. Using these salvos, if you want to get mid control, how else are you going to make sure that you're pushing in from one of the sides? Whether it's B main or A main, you got to be able to take a bit more control than just sending in Ban alone. And it looks like this time they are going to go for
รีเครื่องแป๊บนึงไม่กอดโอ้ my PC ถ้าไม่อยู่ความเร็วมันแบบเน็ตมันจะรีแล้วอยู่ความเร็วก็โดนล็อกไว้แค่100 เมกอะเป็นหลายรอบมากอะโน้ตบุ๊กก็เป็นตอนเนี้ยเป็นที่สายแลนเหรอต้องเปลี่ยนสายแลนเหรอต้องเอาแคทไหนอะCome on
He's just going to have to anchor. Crystal, does he wait or does he go for a timing spam here through the smoke?
30
Just
seconds.
gonna
He's
hold.
gonna wait, yeah, for now. Meanwhile, Darren's desperately on his camera trying to spot them out. Definitely finding them towards the back of screens up. It's a little bit too late. It's all up to Crystal, who has to push up a little bit further. Now manages to take down Jit Boys, and now trying to stay alive for the rest of the team to get back into the site. But look at Primi as well, though. You mentioned that utility, and he still has a very good opportunity to use it. Just waiting in case they do peek into him, but nothing found so far. And this confirms they are all inside of heaven. Primi creeps one through, but unfortunately crouched down. It's Poppy who sprays all of them down.
Very good awareness from Poppy, because from the movement, it really felt like at the end of the day, this had to be a governor round. Primi, you still suspect that just a bit because they never re-cleared screens entirely. But once you take down Primi, do you expect the last member to have already left the site as well? But they're both low health. Poppy just keeps his crosshairs trained, and he's ready for the last kill.
ระเบิดได้ยังระเบิดตุ้ม
least they got the spike down, but their
My
retake
God
just kind of being broken apart. Still, GE
ออกไปไหนนั้นหลุดละ
playing grouped up together.
ทำไมเน็ตมันวิ่งแค่เนี้ยเดี๋ยว
Dominate, but they did pretty darn well on this map last week.
3vวีไล
Yudotan, of course, having so many impact
เหมือนมันโดนล็อกสปีดอ่ะ
in their very first game against Team Secret.
น่าถือมาก
But today it's just been across
อะไร
the board. It's
วะ
just been
กู
really good holds.
สมัคร500ทำ500นะเฮ้ย
Alongside Kelly S on that deadlock. The deadlock has been finding a lot of value, and we'll see how Talon really plans to combat.
บ้าไปดิ
Early on, they were pretty good about drawing out that barrier mesh early, but then they didn't really have the clean mid rounding. Now they try to go for a rush. The barrier mesh once again blocks them off, and they're not able to support their teammate Ban in the side.
สายแลนก็
So
แคท
where do they
6
find
มา
that balance? I mean, I would still love to see just drawing that barrier mesh out. It's just such a pain. It's the same thing with Vice, right? You gotta do something about the shear wall. You can't just assume that you'll be able to work around it, because that's a prime point of information and delay from the opponents on the defensive side.
Absolutely, I imagine what this timeout is for. So needing to kind of draw out a lot more utilities, but at the same time, their pressure, the stakes are
อัพส
rising.
ปีดเป็น
Got so
700
many
700เดียว
ultimates at play in this round.
ดูดิ
That Armageddon still in the hands of Primi. Hasn't really found a
ครั
good
บ
chance
เดี๋ยว
to use it
ส
on
ลั
the
บพอร์ต
attack.
สายแลน
Obviously,
หลังเรา
most
ตื่น
ideally just to buy time in the post plant. Yoru still just gonna find space and time here in ramps. He's trying to push up, getting aggressive, but there's just too many members. He doesn't expect the swing out off of the.
But he's working against numbers.
Oh, it's all alone. I was gonna say, I mean, at the very least, they drew out a lot of the ults from the global side just to try to buy time if they can reset. But Governor was stuck, so the rest of the team of Talon tries to just buy time.
มันต้องอย่าง
And now
นี้
he's the only one left. He's already used his showstopper down to 86 health, trying to creep into the B site. If he gets a timing against Poppy, sure, but if not, this looks nigh impossible. And Poppy's just ready for it. He doesn't need to watch anywhere else because the rest of his team, is watching.
Like instantly, you would have spotted out the barrel. You
Yeah.
know, Governor went up
It's a
to
key.
check heaven. And it's just the instant shot. I mean, definitely not kind of the impact you want to have from that coach timeout.
Yeah, I
ทำไม
can't
แต่
imagine
ทำเอามาก็เหมือนไม่ได้มีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงเลย
after that round. It's just an absolute mess, but really what it comes down to is the fact that G has the read. If they find the Yoru ahead, if they go out for the peek out and there's no trade against Yudotan, okay, we're going to make the read that it's only one person, that there's going to be
Yeah.
pressure
me.
elsewhere, and
Iron
they're
Buddy เหรอเมื่อกี้
immediately ready to just crunch onto mid with an absolute massive utility.
That's just kind of what the comp truly affords. But now,
มีช่องไทยด้วย
starting things off,
Visit.
popping
ใช่ใช่
five.
ใช่
ที
You've been caught. Yudotan, yeah, he's ready for the swing out. I mean, you use the Cosmic Divide, but it doesn't matter. Still, his teammates going to be able to hear the sound from that grab net. Chit boys takes a lot of damage.
Trying to caterpillar through the smoke. However, GE are already making such a good reaction to this. Poppy hanging out towards the back, watching the exits of that smoke. Crystal up around the corners with the Outlaw. Yudotan from the top of heaven gunned down though. So a slight opportunity for Talon, but unfortunately still kind of pinched into the site at the end of it.
Crystal's Prowlers have been very, very good.
Oh.
I feel like there's always at least one that leads to a kill almost every single round. Even just now, it's being sent into the smoke and someone's already trained right at the edge of the smoke so that when the Prowler activates, they can switch right away to where that Prowler would be going. They're also just so aware of how this Yoru is going to play, trying to create space and trying to displace crosshairs from the back of sight. And the real big problem is that once again, sure, you take down the barrier mesh, but Talon has yet to really claim control, solid control of one part of the map while destroying all the delay utility.
Yeah, tried to push faster, but clearly that doesn't quite work out.
Roll
Outlaw
na.
still in the hands of Crystal, and he's marking this.
เรียบร้อย
Spots out the shoulder and instantly Governor's down.
Just look at how confident they are as well, right? Holding this wider off angle there with the Outlaw. You know it's an eco, and you know that they either have to invest a lot of their smokes ahead of time to try to gain space, or they're going to have to go for these dry peaks. It's a very confident move from Global Esports just to try to continue the snowball.
No answers found so far. Back into mid, you find the barrier mesh as well. I mean, dissipates just in time. Straight into Kelly S. Kind of spotted something out by the mini map.
Oh, they hear that again, and then there's the paint shells. You know he's trapped. Okay, it's a good fight back, but eventually it's the paint shells. They just have so many variations.
น่าล่วงมากอะ
Holy.
Just has not figured out an answer. I want to say that it might
โด
almost
น
be worth it
จนมุมอ่ะ
for the coaching staff of Talon to call yet another timeout. I know it's already very late, but if you go into the second half with only 2 rounds, sure, it's split. You know, say what you want. but I just don't think they have good answers in terms of how they are util counters the defensive use on the
โอ้
defensive
โอเคโอเคโอเคกลับมาเชื่ออยู่
options. If you go into defensive half this way, you're really trying to work with the
เดี๋ยว
retake
กว่าจะ
special
ไม่ดูแล้ว
So, you know, you need to find some kind of an answer. I mean, the previous round, sure, it's a little bit of an eco, but you still don't want it to look like this.
แต่แวนดอลผ่านสโมกใส่โยรูนั้นสกปรกอยู่
It's just so impeccable.
Oh, this is an absolute massive first half already from GE. Obviously, they would like a couple more rounds themselves to really feel comfortable. Then you can really just focus on that pistol. Now it's going to be a 5-man stack. You've got Rolling Thunder. You've got Armageddon. You got to dump everything you can just to even get into the site. They haven't planted a spike in a long time, and Unotan gets covered with the paint shells again.
Just trying to set up for it now alongside this time. But unfortunately, with their teammates downed, you can't quite do too much with the utility. They're still trying to clear out ramps and a bit of spam from Darren just to block things off out towards the exits.
And look at the fill onto the site from Global Esports. Because you had this trip over in heaven, they could buy time until someone arrived. And there's Kelly. Yes, he gets one. He plays it safe. Once again, extra delay until he gets more support over from the rafters. Now it's a double angle over on heaven. Talon is trapped right now by ramps.
Stall locked off. Might even be an effective crossfire, but a little bit of an angle, and Cruz is able to take one down, but straight back into the site. And that's Jit Boys
โอ้
down.
ไม่
All left onto Cruz. I don't
แปลกแล้วว่ะ
know how to work around this. The sonic sensor is still
ไหล
there.
แล้วว่า
And Jit Boys right around the corner too. I mean Poppy, excuse me.
เลยต้องเป๊ะเลย
He's
อ่ะ
just gonna wait, but once he hears any
โอ้ย
sort
ไหล
of
ได้
sound,
ขนาด
any
เนี้ย
util, anything of the spike, it's got to be a creep out. He's
เปิด
gonna
มา
play it safe. They're
2-0 นะ
not
โอ้โห
quite sure.
แพ้รัวเลยตอนนี้
This 1v1, and this is so
Bro.
heads up from Poppy, because Cruz has to check. It's a 1v3. He needs an extra kill. Look at this angle.
หนู
It's
เห็น
so hard.
ปื
He
น
saw
เรีย
the
บ
gun
ร้อย
barrel, and Poppy
เป็นกระบอก
absolutely
ปืน
outplaying the IGL of Talon.
So smart. I mean, so many different ways that you could have played it, but knowing that his team had the numbers advantage, right? Just to play in such a defensive spot, knowing that Cruz would have to clear or get the spike planted, right? Dropping down from heaven, for example. But then that would have been a 1v3. So just so incredible movements from a lot of the GE players all together overall.
Yeah, Cruz, I like that he just creeps into heaven. That was really the only option they had. But at the end of the day, you already lost too many of your teammates. And Poppy, once again, just holding strong over by the B side. And Talon, only 2 more chances to get some rounds in this first half.
Possibly thinking about the next map, but we'll see. For now, it's just still the guns
ตัด
not
ออก
quite
มา
truly on their
แล้ว
side. A lot of them light shields, so this outlaw still wreaking havoc. Interestingly enough, though, the setup has changed.
Yeah, just a stack onto the B side. GE trying to get ahead of the read just a bit. You have that showstopper, and Poppy is going to get that first kill. Grab net used. Oh, my Crystal takes down Bin.
Dude.
Still no control over ramps. Yes, you took Bin, but GE gifted it to you. They left it open. Barrier mesh still holding.
What's going
On me, having so
on?
much time bought.
Just so good on the variety of plays, the defensive setups.
Damn.
Still, though, Operator will be able to fire back, so maybe a
ได้
slight
ช่องละ
opportunity now. Stealth drone just to check, but Poppy's able to react so quick. Smokes up, and Governor is now blocked off. Has to try to maybe use the satchels to get over ahead of
Oh.
things. Showstopper coming through
Oh.
as well, but Unotan still able
อ๋ออะไรวะน่ะ
to hold everything down, dodging the
อ๋อ
ball
อะไรวะน่ะ
to slam it
โดน
all
เพื่อนตัวเอ
down.
ง
2 going into the last round of the first half.
Bro.
They looked confident picking up this composition. I mean, I don't
Come
mind it in
on.
theory, right? I love the Euro when it's paired together with something like the
พร้อม
Teo.
กันยังไงอ่ะ
Those flashes and acting as that half initiator. I love the breach along with the Teo and the raise. It all makes sense up to that point. But you do
IGL
have to
เดิน
go a
เข้า
bit
มา
all in.
ระหว่าง
And they
อ๋อ
just couldn't figure out the answer against all this utility. And this time,
Okay.
Unotan hiding away in that corner. Never was quite spotted by the stealth drone.
Okay.
And they just don't expect that showstopper coming out.
They have
Le-
tried
le-
to
le-
all in
le
on
ma.
some of these rounds, but Kelly S alongside Unotan have been stopping them time and time again. Look at this.
Yeah,
The
Oh.
barrier
What the
mesh.
Oh, no.
fuck?
They managed to shoot it down though, so still able to slip on.
He hasn't checked backside. He hasn't checked backside.
No!
He hasn't checked for Poppy. Poppy's still holding in the back of sight. The panic coming through for Talon Pachos, but
He
he's going to
said
skirt
backside.
around it. He's still surviving. Crystal comes in for support, and now Talon's scattering across the entire map.
Oh,
Bro.
there's a little gap for Poppy to stay alive in, but still flushed out of position. Jit Boys is able to gun him down. He's towards the back now. It's all up for Global Esports to try to come in with yet another retake. 2-on-2. Cruz out from Evan. Unfortunately, Jit Boys falls. He swings, and that's Darian to pick up the double kill at the end of it. We end the first half 10-2.
God.
Holy, I mean, and on one part of it, when I saw the map draft, I thought, okay, but you did just show your split. So you're going into a map against a team that always likes to cook up some crazy things, a little bit of anti here and there, really try to throw you off. And you're saying, no, we're still confident that we know how to play this map, that we know that we have several layers, especially on that defense, as we just saw, on how to hold you off. And Global Esports, they prove it. And meanwhile, Talon, I mean, let's be honest, we can talk all about the theory, but the viewers aren't really quite seeing what this composition was cooked up for.
Yeah, it just hasn't really been able to
โดนอ่านเกมว่ะ
legs right now. I mean, so many times they tried to make something happen. At times, maybe it's, you know,
วาง
man being able
โด
to
นวาง
slow
บา
things
เลียใส่
but at
ตัด
the end
เว
of the
ลา
day,
อ้อ
you
อ
got
อกเลย
players like Poppy who are able to slow things down. You got Kelly S on the deadlock, repeatedly annoying them with that barrier match, and at the same time, Yudotan is able to slay and strike a lot of them down. Not to mention, Crystal in with the outlaw at times as well.
20 กูเครียด
I do think Talon would have loved to get just a couple more rounds here. Yeah,
didn't
yes,
want
it's
that
double
one,
duelist,
no.
and so ideally a lot of people like to think they should have had more than 5, right? 6 or more on that attack map.
เรามา
Quite
เครียดด้วยกัน
frankly,
เดี๋ยว
I can still see a world where they would have been okay with maybe 4 rounds. But right now with 2, I mean, you lose the pistol again.
ฝากด้วยไหวเปล่า
to showcase what you wanted to do on the defensive half. So it starts with the pistol, and then once they go from there, again, whether it's things like the trap plays with the fault line and then the salvos, you're gonna have a little bit more control on when to use a utility rather than having to go blindly into an all-in with no info, right? That information lacking on this side was a big part of the downfall of Talon's attack, but on the defense, you can always have multi-layer trap plays and just react step by step.
That's definitely what they're going to want to do. Just being able to have those double initiators just affords them so much. But right now, at the same time, Global Esports with a slightly more like balanced team, perhaps, they get to kind of take their time with things and starting things off. It's going to be the Boombot down mid.
Oh, that's already a fault line out, though, so still 40 seconds now for Global Esports to make a move, and then you saw the blind side come out, too. So flash gone, that's a big part of one of those trap plays. Now that's knocked out for the pistol. Oh, shit, boys! Okay, gets 2 out of 3, but it's a big slowdown against GE's attack.
Still, though,
โอ้
crazy individual
โอ้
performance.
Oh, and I like the group up here from Talon. They're not
Okay.
going to send everybody
อะไร
just because they
อะไร
want
วะนั่น
Are they heaven, even if they
แปะ
play
สองหัว
all on site? So that getting that information is good, but you have the numbers advantage, so staying grouped up to try to make sure that they can combat wherever the push is.
Also using the drone just for added measure.
They don't know about Darion. They haven't actually gotten into heaven just yet. Ban is able to save himself, though.
Just quick as well. Baramash trying to fend off stairs, but the salvos are going to stall and slow them down. Everyone from Talon already grouping up into the site. Sight lines being held as well. Yudotan gonna try to play around the timing of it just to watch if anyone does peek out. But man, still being such a menace towards the back of sight. It's all down to Kelly. Yes, now the paint shell's in his face. Stunned up, able to take down Primi at the very least, but then again comes Ban.
Yeah, got a little bit dicey here and there, but they will just play to their advantage for Talon. And at the end of the day, you just needed that pistol round. You needed that to get some breathing room. Now you've got, potentially, in theory, another round to go as well. So we'll see how they try to snowball that by. Good flick over from Ban. If they lost Ban there, I think the round starts to fall apart. But they're able to keep that numbers advantage.
ได้อยู่ได้อยู่
Starting things off with Jit Boys especially, towards the back of the site as well. But now onto the next round. I mean, we have seen how Talon started things off not too shabbily, you know, in the previous half, but how are GE able to answer back? Still, this round, all classics.
Oh, and look at the A setup as well. Gate crash into elbow so that if Ban gets first contact, he's still going to fill the site. That's something to keep note of in the future rounds as well. Giving up vents, though. That's why they're continuing to push out from A main. Talon, they just want to make sure that they have a multi-angle
โกง
here
เข้า
on
เว้น
the
เลยวะ
retake. He's going to go ahead and take the gate crash, actually. Kind of leaves Cruz all alone, but Ban does get one to even the numbers.
There it is, back in the elbow with the Marshall as well. So huge sight line, and he definitely
Wait.
spots things out. Goes for the
Oi.
peek.
Oh.
That's a third kill. Swaps over onto the
Oi.
ghost for Adam Master.
Oi.
And it could be the ace.
ไอ้แบนเอาจัด
It lands and slams everything down.
เดี๋ยวนี้
It
มัน
was
ปิ
all
ว
set
สู
up
ง
for him.
เกิน
The unstoppable
เอ้
menace.
เกิน
You get an ace, I would say
เกิน
if you're Cruz, you're okay
โม
with
ดู
that
ช่องไหนอ่ะ
sacrifice on ramps just to lay them just a bit.
ช่องหลัก
Trying to
ช่องหลัก
funnel them into heaven, of course, peeking out of that window.
ว่าเราเป็นเรียล
Nice
ไทม์
and
ที่
calm.
เรา
We
กด
gotta
อะไรสด
remember
ให้มันเป็น
Ban
ตอนนี้
obviously
เหมือน
used to
ไม่
play
ตร
a
ง
lot
กัน
of
เลย
that jet as well. He's played a lot of that
เรียล
off
ไทม์อยู่
himself. He's used to
เรียลไทม์อยู่
these long range angles, and that's something this team needed to try to get back into the game.
ตอนนี้กี่วิ
Gotta
8
imagine
7
it's such a
6
huge morale
5
boost, not to mention Kobe as well. He's
โอเค
on to the op this time.
So
God
the bounce
damn.
back and forth. Look at the gate crash already set up over on the A side, and it's a huge push out trap.
แปลกใจมากเมื่อกี้ไม่ล่วง
They might have slightly weaker weaponry, but we're going to shove you into the operator's crosshair.
Yeah, taking so much space, banned straight into garage. But GE thinks better than that, just to kind of hold passively around sewer, around mid. Oh, but Poppy actually peeks into the op.
A good hold from Poppy, holding that off angle close to the wall, because you imagine, okay, if they're pushing that hard out of A, but they're not chasing, where else is the information coming from? This is your bonus. This is where you take risks. So I love the patience from Poppy to wait for that operator, and now that's a big investment gone.
โอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้
Okay, GE trying to regroup back towards A, but look at what's happening on the minimap, Jit Boys. Quite a bit of information towards mid side.
And Jit Boys pinching in as well. Wondering when they start to call Governor back over to A, because right now you saw information over by ramps. You're still seeing just the fade util though, so no clear information. But Talon, the comms not quite there just yet. It's just Jit Boys trying to pinch through. So now you just have to hold and see if you can delay on the site and then go for a multi-pronged retake. Does he give the angle?
30 seconds.
Jit Boys, he gets the
เฮ้
kill.
ย
But down onto the side, Primi falls.
เอาจนได้วะเฮ้ย
No Global able to flood down the site now. A little bit of screens pressure as well. Crystal up around the
เออ
side.
เน็ตลงไปให้โกเวอร์เนอร์มันเน็ตลงไป
Now picked up, trying to create a little bit more havoc, trying to get a
เน็ต
little
ไม่โดนเหลืออะไรวะ
bit
น่ะ
of team in with the stars. Bricks a little bit of down.
เออ
Governor onto the Spectre does a little bit more damage too, and Jit Boy swinging
Oh.
all the attention away.
โอ้โห
But then shut down by Kelly
อ้า
S.
ว
Through the screens, and unfortunately Cruz down to low HP
Dot.
will fall, and that is GE
ยิง
up to
ผ่า
11.
Neat
Sa
little thing that
queen.
Ito does there, right? He catches sight and then he high bands the screen, just goes for a
ขากล่อง
spam.
เลย
Whether he hits him or not, it's going to force Governor to move. Governor actually gets tagged quite a bit there as well, so he's already
ไม่ได้
weak. But a nice little maneuver there from Yudotan. Jit Boys, if they won this round, he would have been the MVP of the round. Gets so much space, gets so much information,
love
picks
you,
up the
Pimmy love
Vandal
you.
as well. But unfortunately, they're not able to win that 2v2 at the end. Great teamwork from Kelly S and Yudotan. And that's going to be the second time out from Talon.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds where, you know, from the macro perspective, things looked so good for Talon. They could have actually converted that bonus, but now with that
พี่
loss,
มีไม่เตือน
definitely
พี่มี
needing
หลั
to
ก
try to pick up the pieces with this time out.
อีก2 รอบ
Now, something we also need to note is Frost and Juvenile, right, the current head coach of Global Esports, they did face off at Champions when Juvenile was still with Leviathan. And that was a match where Talent looked like they had a very good chance of taking it. But Leviathan, they wake up, they're still able to hold on to that win 2-0. And then, of course, Leviathan makes a pretty deep run all the way into the bracket. So I know that's something that the coaching staff of Talon Esports wasn't quite happy about. They thought they might have had a golden chance to try to break it into the
นี่แมต
playoffs.
ช์แรกใช่ไหม
ใช่ใช่
Wasn't quite able to get there, but then they shake it off. They say, okay, we're rebuilding, you know, around Primi anyway, right? We're trying to work around Primi as that new addition. Now we go through the offseason. They looked like they were experimenting a lot, trying to really hash out some of the issues they were having. Right now, we're not seeing a good result out of it.
Yeah. I mean, it's one hell of a run, but when you think about it, you know, the coach is coming involved as well. But once again, it really is just Primi not quite having the opportunity so far. Hopefully on the defensive side a little bit more, and we start things off with just quite a bit towards mid again. Governor coming back into peak.
Yeah, very
Risky.
risky position, but still gets a lot of info, right? No double peaks there. Catches sight of one member over by Ramen. And Governor's just going to be able to try to hold on his own, just trying to delay with the boombot as well. So it allows Talent to still go for a fairly default position. Now you have that trap play ready in mid. You're going to see that fault line potentially come in. Because they've given a timing for GE to try to reclaim control. You know that there's going to be a push and pull. When do they peek out, though? So many smokes coming out. Still no contact.
Just holding. Stealth drone from Primi. Doesn't spot anything out either. Darren managed to stay and avoid it.
Oh, the ult just to check. That's 3 members. But they're not quite in range right now for a kill off of the fault line. Good patience coming up from
Oh.
Cruz, but how long
ได้ข่าว
do
มา
you
เลย
wait?
4 ตัว
Trying to push them into heaven, right? You're saying, okay, the Yoru's behind you. Where do you go? But now over in heaven, Governor's able to get that 1 kill as well. Gate crash, it's going to be expired. And there's the fault line just delayed. Now you know with only 20 seconds left that GE had to make a choice. They're caught up. There's the gravity well as well. They're going to try to fill the site.
20 seconds
I heard the time of it. Now you got to worry about the back as well. GE, pressure's definitely on them. Trying to flood into the site, but look at the flash. It is ready.
เบรกให้ได้อะ
Holding on the sight lines as well.
แค่นั้น
Elbow blocked off. Down to the site. That's Cruz in with
Damn.
onto the other as well. And Talon manages to strike back.
All missiles away.
So Talon this time, the patience of holding on to things like the fault line really scares GE into, okay,
โดน
where
อัน
do
ติ
we
แบน
push
เข้าไป
forward
ชนะ
to get some
ยัง
more
ชะ
information?
งักอยู่
We
ทีนึง
didn't
อะ
really get clarity in mid. We didn't see any reactions. They were trying to bait out some sort of movement. Then you see the Euro come out, but you're not quite able to chase it all the way through because you've left B main garage empty the entire time. So you don't know, did we see Jit Boys push out? Is he going to go for a trade? We're not quite sure, so let's stick with mid. But then you lose your raise as well, so now you're just caught in mid, and then it's a timing play from Talon, and they're starting to find some footing.
A little bit. Now with the
เอารอมาเลยอะ
keep a bit of a
Confirm
streak
data.
going. GE a little bit passive though.
They
The alt orb
Ooh.
goes in for the swing, but look at that outlaw towards the back.
Oh, lots of
Okay.
members spotted by Governor as well. I love the close range paint shells in case they decided to pile on, and Utah still gets a long range fight.
เดี๋ยวโกเนอ
He
ร์
is
บน
onto
นั้น
the site.
A quick reaction. Jitboy is able to kind of come back and refill that space with the judge. Now
Who's-
towards the back now.
Who's
Unfortunately gunned down.
Wow, I think that's the first time I've really seen the grab net right into the repeak. Being able to land that shot so easily 1v1 works out for Kelly, yes. Usually we see some more for set plays and trap plays. He will be able to recover the spike as well. Obviously, weaponry not on their side. However, Annihilation available. If GE wanted to try to make a play for map point, which I would not mind, you're 6 rounds ahead. I would like to see a little bit of risk taking, because if you use the Annihilation, limit them down to a 2v2, now suddenly it looks doable.
Still though, not too much information on where their opponents might be. Right now, having to check and clear a lot of the corners. So a bit of a double peek in towards Mail, but it's the setup high-low from Talon to kind of counter them. Jitboy is able to just shoot them down.
เพจไฮโลอะ
Starting to catch up. GE has to remember that they're not quite at 12 just yet. However, once again, lots of ults online. Is it going to be an ult dump on this round? It looks like it. They're set up all 5 onto the A site. You're seeing the pings and where they want to clear. Perhaps over for that deep paint shells to try to clear things off, or they just want to check that cubby. We'll see what the play is. And the real question is going to be Talon's response. You're looking at the scoreboard, you see all these ultimates online, they're gonna leave A relatively empty. So it's going to be a retake, you have that Rolling Thunder, and you have the Cosmic Divide as well. I like the fast push out of mid, you really just want to force them into one of the sites.
Yeah, G makes a think for it. So straight into the A site, and instantly Ban kind of leaves it open. So a bit of a retake setup. The op shot does take one of the players down as well, so that's instant value too.
You have to hold on to screens because you don't have that barrier mesh anymore.
Trying to keep that there. Rolling Thunder though will connect into the
ใจ
site.
เย็น
but
ใจ
Jitboy's
เย็น
kind
ใจ
of
เย็น
avoids it for now. So maybe a
โอ้
little bit of able to spam and spray through as they all try to push out off the Rolling Thunder. Now it's all
ไป
down
บุ
to
กจาน
just
คิว
Ben.
ด่วน
And he's got the op, tries to peek out, but Yudotan takes him down once again. It is GE up
ให้
to
มัน
Matt
เกือบ
Bowen.
ดีแล้วเว้ย
Bobby
เมื่อ
with the
กี้อะ
perfect
รีบมัน
timing
ไป
on
ห
the
น่อยอะ
Cosmic Divide. Completely ruins the Rolling Thunder. Talon wanted to try to wrap into the site
Come
ASAP.
on.
Look at the angle. It wasn't just for ramps. It was actually saying, we don't care if there's someone on the lurk. We're going to push into the site. But then they all get stopped. They're not quite sure how to peek out of this. And the way the Cosmic Divide, look at this. You peek out of it, you still have to take the 50-50 afterwards. There's a little bit of that distance right next to the wall. It makes it such a nightmare to peek out. And now GE at 12.
So unfortunate with that Rolling Thunder not connecting. So now, huge opportunity, especially with some of the ultimates right now. Talon, though, still trying to fight back. They take space outside of Garage.
See how long they wait, though. It's a double team, so they want to try to set up a trap play, but this is what Poppy's been doing the entire map. He just waits. The rest of his team gets information, and then he sees what is the reaction. Is it a push out or is it not? Primi catches sight. I think Crystal did too, given his jiggle. Little bounce back and forth, but now Primi calls for backup. They want to push this out. They have to, because given their composition, they need to fight to take space and get information.
ดอน
Going for it. I mean,
ดอน
trying to go for
Don't bait.
maybe the trade setup as well, right? Peeking off of each other, but the boombot now comes out, just defend even more of them back.
เรียบร้อย
Peeking out of
Don't
the
bait.
cage, unfortunately, the timing of it all. It's just a setup for GE to react back into the utility that they sent through. Primi tries to stay alive into the corner. A bit of one and done. He's able to get away with 2, but it's still not enough.
Jit Boys still only a sheriff as well. See if he can get in range to pick anything up, but Poppy looks like he's ready to shut that down. Now look at the positions. I mean, GE all ready to just pick off these 1v1s. Over by Poppy. He's not looking. Jit Boys, does he find a timing? He
Oh.
does.
แบนก็ได้มาตัว
Now a 2v1.
Oh.
1v1 down to Crystal
1v1
versus Jit Boys.
เจ็ด
Just trying to Hold
มิม
over on
มิม
the
แล้ว
spike.
มิมแล้ว
Inside of Balbo, he peeks out, and that's gonna be the headshot just in an instant. 13-6, Global Esports ends the first map.
Really well played from GE, and I
Yeah,
think we
definitely
saw a
didn't
little
care
bit of the
there.
undercooked moments from Talon even in that last round. They're trying to peek out of that ramps control. They still had so much util. You have to just
NT,
invest
bro.
with the explosions to take over areas and then hold on to it, but they hesitated. They sent Governor out alone with just the drone. It doesn't quite check the right
ไปบุก
corner.
ด่วน
And Crystal's able to gun down the raise and then
ทิ
take
มมี่
space
ไม่
onto
ตื่น
the
เลย
site.
อะ
And so we're going to have to see a little bit of retooling from Talon, but for now, both teams will have to focus on to the next map, which is going to be
Bukan.
this, where Global Esports did look shaky last week.
Yeah. Was that 13-3
โอ้
loss
กูเครียดกูเครียด
against Team Secret? So maybe it's a slight chance for Talon to really strike back. But then again, who knows if Global Esports has to really cook something back up.
I'm not sure if they're Udotan's
Dude,
family or they're
right.
just father and son, but
Oh.
here to cheer on Udotan. Could be family. Well, I'll have to double check with the production, but either way, Udotan gaining a lot of fans both in Korea and globally, and I would just say Global Esports gaining a lot of momentum in the fandom. Meanwhile, we talked about, the Des talked about how important it was for Talon to try to get ahead, to try to move forward, to try to get to Masters Bangkok onto that home field, and right now they're already on their back foot.
Yeah, definitely doesn't feel too great. It is double elimination, but you still want to get as much as you can possibly get. Still, though, on towards split right now. It just is Global Esports being able to stop and slow a lot of them down, especially in that first half.
Yeah, Split's starting to look scarier and scarier for GE. Now 2 wins already here in kickoff, and it just looks like they have really good protocols, really good timing reads, really good movement across the map, right? Information from A, and then Poppy makes a move B. Poppy gets information, you make a move A. There's just a lot of cross-map macro coming out from the team, and I gotta imagine a big part of that is not just the prep, but Kelly S is IGLing as well. So want to give a shout out to this entire roster, but that's gonna be GE leading 1-0 against the 4th place team of Pacific last year. A team that made it to champions. We'll see if Global Esports can continue, but before we move on, we'll have the analyst desk break down the action from Split.
That's right. Global Esports does cinch the win of their map pick of Split. And, you know, this is in a best of 3, but you know what? Compared to yesterday, which they already looked fairly good, I think they cleaned up even more. So any of that first day jitters last week is, I would say, mostly shaken off now, and they looked excellent. They had full control of this map.
Yeah, dominant. That's how I describe that map very much. You know, Talon's performance reminds me of G's performance in map 1 last week. You know, it didn't seem at all composed or all there. Like, I really see what Talon were trying to do.
What's
to me,
going
it
on
feels
here?
like this composition was cooked up to deliberately counter what GE had here, but we did not see it deliver at all. I didn't see a single tail break of the Sentinel utility.
No, I didn't see the paint shells breaking any of the Senti util. I thought they were going to play quite a bursty style. They played very slow defaulty 1-3-1s. Look, to be fair, they did try to throw some executes in there, but not only the positioning and the anchor work from players like Papi, as well as some of the reactive utility, really nicely placed grab nets, deadlock walls, things like that. Even the grav well coming in from the Astra. You had great prowlers as well on the slower rounds from Crystal, and Udotan is a bona fide star player. Like, if I'm Patrick, who's sitting at home, I'm sweating for my position in the duelist role. This is a guy who, he was playing Senti in the off-season for Global Esports, but duelist is his most played role across his career, and he's already shown that he can take over games, and now he's doing it on the Tier 1 level in multiple different games. It's just fantastic to watch this man step up into Tier 1.
Fun fact about Udotan, he actually used to be on Talon way back before franchise was around. Udotan was originally on Talon Esports playing in the Challengers Philippines. But you know what, here, I think what sucks for you guys is that neither of you put him on your team, and he would have been a great addition to it. Now here, Poppy, his control of B was excellent. They just Talon could not get in at all. And they just, the pacing of this wasn't right, and when you have an agent like Tail on your comp there, you should be pushing it a lot faster.
Yeah, I definitely feel like with this double duelist, I wanted to see them go heavy burst, especially more towards the sides. I felt like they were working mid a lot, and it just looked like they got picked off in their default so consistently, which is the one thing you can't do against this the comp of GE, because it allows them to kind of stabilize into that mid round and then when you lose your burst power, it's nigh on impossible.
I mean, even in this last round, Yoru gets isolated despite investing the ult. Look at all of this reactive utility, the Nightfall coming out, you had the Grav Well as well as the Deadlock Wall going down, slowing down Talon before they can scale into the site and burst and actually get themselves into a comfortable post plant. And that's where, as the GE comp, you're going to struggle a little bit more. It's all about using that Senti util to be able to hold things down, to be able to stop them getting out of the chokes, and it never felt like Talon could get into a comfortable position into the game state that they actually want. And I have to say, look, the defense from Talon was a lot more convincing. They had a lot better ideas. Look at this A main control. They had a lot of set plays that they were using. You had Ban on the other side of the map that did get onto this deep op line. Yes, he did get picked by Puppy. Look, we don't need to show this part. This is kind of not really the point, but at the end of the day, Talon had some great ideas on defense. They just dug themselves way too deep of a hole, but you can't really blame anyone but yourselves when you choose to play attack first on split and you comp change into what you've already seen from Global, and the read doesn't work at all.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Talon, they just love to cook on split, and the comp looked right. Honestly, the comp looked right.
You're loving it.
I thought it was good. From the agent select, I thought they had answers to what GE had, but this map seemed like a lot of execution mistakes to me, which is a real big issue. This is what I spoke about, where if you start down that bracket, you can come in slow. So now it's on them to recover.
Oh, absolutely. And they're going to have their chance on Abyss here. As Chobra pointed out, Global didn't have the best showing last week on Abyss. It was the first map, and some of us might say it's first day jitters, first map jitters. But then, you know, there are a little bit of holes in their game plan strategically. So it's really hard to say. This data, of course, is from the off-season, I believe. So obviously, this is why we're not seeing Global stuff up here. But what are you making of this second map now? Do you think Talon's going to be stepping back up, or is Global going to continue on this momentum here?
I hope so. I'm expecting a better map 2 here. I think GE didn't show what their Abyss could have been. So I think they'll have gone away and refined some things. So I expect them to come in a little bit sharper, and I expect Talon to hard reset after this game. It's a dominate. You won both pistols, but you got dominator. So it's that same idea of you just want to throw that out of your brain and go, let's come into map 2. Let's play our actual game here now, team.
I think. Sorry, the issue for me with Talon's Abyss, though, is like they have looked shaky. You know, they barely beat Secret. They had some rough games against some of the Korean teams in the off-season as well. So similarly to what you saw, I think, was it DRX picking Pearl or one of the teams picking Pearl in the opening games where they didn't have great results in the off-season. You know, you do have to take those with a grain of salt at the end of the day, but them picking a map that they didn't perform well in the off-season actually ended up backfiring and they lost it, and you had both teams trading their map picks. So look, Talon's going to have a lot better of a read, a lot better of an approach. I feel like both of these teams are quite inconsistent in general, though. So I really wouldn't be surprised to see the maps go one apiece, and then we head on to the third map, to be honest, especially given GE's showing, because, like, you know, Secret made them look like they were completely lost, like they were just getting executed, they couldn't hold the execute. They're playing a very active comp where they actually need to interact with the game, take some ownership on the defense, and it felt like they just were always behind the eight ball. They weren't taking back control too much, they weren't making pushes, and I think they're going to have at least gone back and reviewed that and maybe worked on it a little bit since then, though.
ไปอยู่ทีมนกซะแล้ว
Kelly S had pointed out with the addition of Darion, it does enable them to switch their gameplay style. So without Patrick Hu here, I think now they're doing a little bit of push and pull. They're saying they normally would play this really aggressively, but now I'm pretty sure they went back and worked on Abyss. There's no way you're going to let Abyss come through a second time, especially for map 2, knowing that they looked really weak on it. They surely went back, did their homework, and ended up. Talon, on the other hand, you're right. They looked so inconsistent on this map. When Primi made his debut here, they looked fantastic. They beat Team Secret on this map. Primi was in. I don't even think he was playing a duelist, but they've obviously swapped things up. Primi's back on, like, hard jet on Abyss. I don't. It's hard to say. Are they gonna figure out what works for Abyss? Are we gonna get that same Abyss during Primi's debut?
I mean, I really hope so. I would like this to go all the way to map 3, to be honest, but I think it's really hard to predict because Frost and the coaching staff there at Talon are not afraid to mix things up. You know, we've just seen it in map 1. They are not afraid to take risks. So, again, I would be expecting something different from them.
They've changed their comp every time in the offseason. I think 3 Abyss games they've played, they've adjusted their comp every time. So there's, especially looking at a lot of the other teams, like Gen G, for example, they're playing the same comp almost every game, whereas Talon, they're changing their comp almost every game. And, like, that's the thing. That's why I feel like this team is so inconsistent if you just don't have the same stable comps, the same stable roles. It's just naturally going to be a little bit all over the place. When it clicks, it's amazing, but then you have that split attack side and you're like, oh, I don't know about that.
You're absolutely right. I think based on what we've seen from Frost in his interviews, his podcast, he's always trying to stay one step ahead, keep them guessing a little bit, have special comps to face specific teams. But you're right, it's really hard to master it at that point. Gen G was so good last year, and they never changed a thing. They kept it the same. They fine-tune, they make it better, and better. So
it's a Korean approach, you know, just keep consistently ironing it out. They've always relied on the tactics and what's stable, what's consistent. Look, I mean, we already said it was a great idea, but if your players can't execute it in the server, then that idea means nothing.
Well, you know what does mean something though?
Okay.
I wanted to talk about the poll results, but we got our agent picks here.
So again, this is another change from Talon. This is the second game in a row, I think, of changing up their comp. They're going with the double controller with the Viper mixed in, and Primi is on the deadlock this time. For GE, they're also changing. Darion's going onto a chamber. You already saw him opting on Pearl, so they're really backing the Darion on here.
I think it's a very natural fit for Darion. You know, he's played a lot of Jet, he's done a lot of opping, and I do think Chamber can provide a lot of valuable, I don't want to say utility, but a lot of value impact.
You're seeing other agent changes as well. Crystal is onto the server. You got the breach for Kelly S. So they're really swapping a couple of different things around for this Abyss game.
Yeah, I am liking this. I love when teams go back and rework all their weaknesses, and it looks like they both cooked something up, and I have no idea who's going to be the better chef. We're going to go over to our casters to take away Map 2 Talon versus Global Esports.
Thank you very much. Yeah, big changes in the compositions on both sides. Now, I know, you know, everyone in chat, Reddit, everyone's already still looking at Talon and saying, Primi's still not on Duelist? Like, what's going on here? But, well, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see, because the current Neons we've seen is much more about baiting out those crosshairs, and then the rest of the team is there to trade. So we'll see if Primi's set up for some of that fragging power.
Okay, so Food Critic Chobra is kind of liking what Talon is cooking up here. We shall see.
มั่นใจมากอะเล่นลูกโม่
I just said that we gotta wait and see.
Gotta wait and see.
โอ้เรียบร้อย
We shall kind of give them a chance. We'll give them a chance at how everything goes. But I mean, it's that double controller as well. But right now, that impact from the chamber already coming through.
And we're just going to get a safe peek out there from Yudotan. He takes a little bit of scratch from that early scuffle, but Crystal's still here as well. And then there's the support from Kelly S. Once again, keep your eyes on the movement of Kelly S, because he has been very busy on that first map and now already in the first round of Abyss as well. Let's take a little bit of time to talk about that chamber, though. The Des touched upon it, but that chamber can gain you so much aggressive space for that extra information. So I'm curious what kind of positions Darion takes.
Especially with how he holds sight lines as well. I mean, speaking of his past experiences as a Jet, it's just right there. And he's able to hold it down again from the back of heaven. Governor down, Poppy comes back in for the trade. That's Primi gone, and you're working against numbers at this point. Yudotan gets yet another. Ben, what are you gonna do? Tries to slip through with Ghost, but Poppy swings out after the fall, and that's instantly the round handed over.
โอ้ my ก็ทารอนถ้าทารอนลงสายล่างก็เจอเป๊ะป่ะดิ โอ้ shit
Meanwhile, Global Esports, Darion not missing those shots, gets the very first kill with the headshot, and then he's able to finish off the Neon as well. We should note, I mean, it's been a little bit, but Darion, he played a lot of chamber. They touched upon, he used to be a Jet player, he used to be an Opper, but you look at his overall career, it's still his second most played agent. So, I mean, this is going to be like the back of his hand for Darion on chamber.
Just one heck of a sniper. Especially on the B side of things, it definitely works out incredibly well, but right now...
War Spy coming out from Talon, all half armor, all stingers, it's just going to be a full push in.
กูวันเนอร์ตกใน
going for
คอ
the
นเทนต์เลย
barrier
นะ
mesh as well. They want to go for a full wraparound onto the A side.
Oh.
And they
Okay.
will able to
Will.
punish Yudotan. They punish Kelly S as well.
เหลือ
And now
แค่
Crystal all
โซว่า
alone.
คนเดียว
Just
อ่ะ
sure if he gets
ทำยังไง
stunned against the stingers.
หายหนึ่ง
It's one.
โอเค
Not able to connect onto the
เอ้ย
second.
เทรดได้ได้อยู่
Instantly into the site. I mean, Kelly has heard the footsteps, but with
What
the
an
guard, he
angle
couldn't quite
ban
fend off.
ได้ยินเสียงแชมเบอร์
all that
เรียบร้อย
incoming
อีกตัว
โอ้
ปาร์ตี้
footsteps. Down to the last player
เอ
now.
อ
It's Poppy. And Ban picking up that guard and able to make it
Okay.
rain. Poppy down with
Why
the
you?
headshot. So Talon strikes back off the quick force spy on the second round.
And that is a bit of a one and done force spy, but it's a very aggressive one as well. I mean, the speed that
โอ้
they're
โด
able
นทาน
not just
นึกว่า
go
มิด
for vents, but
เห็น
they
ตัว
wrap
เดียว
around all the way
เจอสอง
so that anyone in vents doesn't really have an exit, right? You go out their main, you're getting pinched. You come out from vents, you try to fight there, you're getting pinched. You try to go back to spawn, you're getting pinched, and that's only doable because it's the deadlock and the neon able to block off any sort of fast rotate from the defenders.
I think
เข้า
also
หมด
a little bit of
เล
that
ยวะ
Viper wall from Ben as
ห้า
well, though, right?
ศูนย์ศูนย์
It's kind of impressive and
yeah.
keep doing the same thing. I mean, you got to keep an eye on that for the future rounds. But right now, back into B, Darren's already swapped sides over on the A
ตัว
side.
เนียนตัวเนียน
Poppy is just gonna get pushed away. Doesn't really take damage
Okay.
there. He's able to get out.
เฮ้ยแล้วครูโดนซับโดนฮาร์ดสิกยิงไปฮาร์ฟเลยเหรอ
Right, it's just classics. Kelly has
No.
jumped over. Actually managed to land yet another shot.
Ooh,
But
don't-
thankfully, Talon manages to
Not
bring things
with
back to
song.
their
Classic
control.
with
So
song.
now it's pretty soon. Spike planted. How does GE try to deal with this?
Yeah, I mean, already you've taken
Ooh,
too much damage that you
have a-
shouldn't have, but obviously you look at the creds overall in the grand scheme of
อย่าง
things,
น้อย
they're
ก็
okay
เช็คนะ
with
ตรง
where
มิ
we
ด
wrap things up
เฮ้
here
ยยัง
and just
ยังได้
keep
อยู่
that advantage. Meanwhile for GE, I mean,
มี
barrier
โซวา
mesh,
กับแชมเบอ
maybe
ร์
you
แชม
try
เบอ
to
ร์
fish
มี
for
เฮด
some
ฮันเตอ
kills
ร์
with
ครบ
Darren to try to get
โซวา
some
มี
sort
ส
of
แกน มีช็อก
force
ดาร์
on
ไม่โดน
himself.
โอ้ my
Outside of that,
lord
it looks like it's going to be just going down to the spike is the answer.
Oi.
Play around
Oh.
it. Still, yeah, maybe trying to
Timing.
get the force online. He had the sight lines,
Save
but
it.
couldn't quite react in kind as soon as the little utility was placed. So, quick reactions from Talon.
เดี๋ยวก่อน
เวล
Kylo
เวล
set up.
เวล
Crystal unfortunately walks into it.
Yeah, just trying to make it sound like he picks up the gun and leaves and then decides, okay, well, if I have a Phantom, if I can get 2 kills, maybe some extra points over towards my ultimate. Not going to happen, though. Everyone's still a little ways away on the side of GE towards those ults. And Kellius wreaking havoc on the site. But right now, Talon, they look a lot more locked in than they did over on Splay.
Definitely working a lot better, especially with how they're taking things in their hands right now, being proactive. So keeping an eye again on that Viper wall. It's still blocking off quite a bit of mid, and you can see that it definitely forces GE to invest some players into at least playing around mid a bit more.
ลาวสามออเปอเรเตอร์
Deep recon
โอ้
for a
ย
very
แล้วตัวเนี้ย
These
ตัว
are
ตึง
things
ออ
you
ฟ
can
ด้วย
afford
เด
to
ยอน
do with that chamber. We saw some of that chamber coming out from the Americas as well, where you're able to take so many
How long
different
you
off
peek?
angles with that rendezvous.
พีกโดนพีกเท่ากับตาย
Pulling it.
เฮ้ย
Bit of a-
ครูโดนไปโดน
An off
So why
angle
that don't-
from the
เห็น
side.
ออฟปะน่ะ
Spotted, spots the neon,
what?
but couldn't quite
Hen
do
you.
the slide, so
Hen
at
you,
least
hen
he
you.
gets away in time.
ได้ยินเสียงแล้วด้วยแหละ
Yeah, that was kind of dicey. I'm surprised he
เจ
even
อสอง
stayed
ตัว
for that first shot, just knowing that it's a neon and you were
โดน
just
ตัวเมื่อ
barely
กี้
spotted by the drone.
ให้
But
จิตบอยมาเอา
perhaps hoping that they didn't quite
เป็นที่
recognize
บี
it.
กอะ
That's one of the things that Darren has a lot of
Hey,
experience
hey,
with
hey.
as well, like dealing with neon.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยยิงผ่านกล่องเฮ้ยขี้โกงเฮ้ย ตาทิพย์เหรอเราอะ ตาทิพย์เหรอเราอะ
Is able to maybe land some of those crazy
เต็ม
shots.
อะไร
Now,
วะ
we
น่ะ
mentioned that toxic screen earlier. Obviously, just as any double controller, it's putting in a lot of
Hey,
that pressure,
Papi.
cutting off some of that
มี
rotation.
แอสตาอยู่ด้านบนด้วย
Pressure onto vents right now as
โอ้
well.
โห อร่อย
For deep wraparound annihilation is going to be able to catch Yudotan.
เรียบร้อย
That should soften the
โอ้ย
defenses.
มุมอร่อย
โอ้แรด
He's
ส
hiding
โมก
away. They're not quite sure. Has he dropped?
อื
Has he
ม
not? They
อ้าว
can't
พี่มี
quite
ได้
make up their
เจ็ด
mind. He
เออ
drops. He's not going to get
Okay.
that kill.
Premi holding the angle, able to react in kind. Still
แคนโบ พี่มี่ไอ้แผ่นว่ะ
GE, they try to push on through. They're still up and towards heaven, trying to make use of some
Hey.
of these sight lines.
Uh-oh.
Crystal, he actually hears Ben. I mean, kind of thinking about it, kind of able to swing back to take him down. And there, the final shot for Darren to
ออก
slam
มารับ
down
กระสุน
GE.
ออฟเฉ
Able
ย
to
อ่ะ
equalize scoreboard.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there was any sound there. I think that's just really, really big heads-up play in the fact that they have yet to see the Viper. Whoever made that call and said, watch your backs, we haven't seen Viper. That is the calm of the round right there. That's the call you
ตัด
need.
ได้แล้วน่าจะแผ่น
Because if it wasn't for
เอาไป
that,
พีก
man
รับ
was
กระสุ
able
น
to
เล
get
ย
a free double kill. But he's just watching out for it because you already have that up. You already have Darren watching the site. You trust in him to get that information. What a good hold
เข้า
from
ห้องน้ำก่อน
GE.
เดี๋ยวมา
Just being that spotter for Darren. I mean,
Oh,
Crystal,
God, bro.
you gotta love the cohesion on the side of G. And right now, back into it, it's Darren taking that aggressive space once more.
Pushing out this time, and Premi
Oh.
waits for it. Good punish. Knows the mind of someone who wants to op. Does he suspect the second? He's waiting for it.
Crystal.
อย่า
has
พีก
made
เฮ้ย
it
อย่า
possible
พี
to
ก
push out
เอ้
his
ย
army. He's gonna have to back off now.
And Yudotan with a good hold, though. I mean, anytime you're playing against
เลิก
double
รอบ
controllers,
2
it's either you try to push out yourselves, or
แต
you
กรอบ
just have
2
to wait. You have to leave that mid open and try to push out of a side so that you can go for faster rotates and get that information better. And GE, this is something they've cleaned up a lot compared to last week.
Yeah, able to work with it this time, especially with Poppy into the stars on the site, so he's able to kind of relay through. But unfortunately, Talon this time managed to come in with the flood. 2-3 players all through the smokes, and Poppy wasn't able to hold it back. So a bit of a retake scenario now without the numbers. GE gonna have to try to at least get some picks. They do have the op, so it might be a save as well.
Yeah, something to consider because your econ is all over the place right now. The credits not quite evened out for GE. So if you believe that the operator is really, really important for those defensive rounds, which I would imagine you do, given the chamber, I think you got to keep that. So it looks like Crystal's just in position to save. And Kelly S just trying to see if he can get a couple cheeky kills. But look at the wraparound from Governor. He wants to punish the op. Finds one. Oh, okay. We'll finish off the kill. Knows he doesn't quite have the opening anymore to chase for the second.
A little bit dicey. That is a gun picked up nonetheless. Oh, he's wrapping around.
Didn't spot him just yet. He was around the corner. And given the health, it looks like Governor also just saying, all right, I'll cool off. All right, I didn't spot you enough. Just wait and not really take that risk.
Be able to keep things in control. Definitely a bit of an improvement for Talon, but nonetheless, I mean, being this aggressive and being this active and being able to take those guns away, being able to take the site and flood it through the smokes that way, clearly shows their mentality and wanting to take yet another strong lead onto their first half.
And I really liked, I think that round from Talon just now, round 5, is going to be very representative of just how every round should be playing out for them. Get some information. If you push out, they punish GE, and then they divide them in mid, and then it's a flood with the Neon. So now the answer is, let's take them out in mid!
Going for the fight, down to the tour de force, the first shot down into Governor, and all of a sudden, Talon has to back off.
A main already given up, trying to hide away from that drone. Looks like Yudotan might have been hidden. Oh. Cosmic Divide. You do have your own to try to counter it on a retake. Oh man, another repeat with the op this time. A little bait and switch. Big risk, but Crystal still holding strong on vent, so they feel comfy on the site. And Talon, they are frantically realizing there's too many members here on the site.
So, bit of a mid-round decision, or at least thinking about it, but they're doubling back.
Trying to use that little pocket that might have been available on the Cosmic Divide. But I don't know if G even heard them, because I don't think we saw Kellius pass that wall.
I mean,
yeah, now they're second guessing themselves, so surely I don't think they heard it at all.
Oh no. But still, I mean, just close enough to the side and having the numbers to possibly make something happen. Surely
My game. My game.
No, yeah.
That's gonna be big, and Jit Boys, he might just let Kellius slip through and take out one of his teammates.
So in the position, a little bit far too deep, while the rest of his team just kind of holds out around the spike.
Yo.
Cruz farther back, so that marks Crystal. He gets off.
Oh my, that's timing.
Crystal kind of slipping through. Sova versus Sova. It's just down to the gunplay.
โอ้ยเห็นตัวก่อน
Crystal
โอเค
shoulder spotted out. That's the
3-3
They know that Heaven's being held.
They should now. Because you saw that reaction coming out from the spike tap, and you saw the Sonic Signature as well, just not enough time, and GE will have to back off.
เก็บไปก่อนเลย
Round for Talon. They're on the hunt. They got to get out of
Q,
the spike
Q.
radius anyway. And Kellius will survive just barely with that Vandal. So once again, I mean, sure, you get shut down in mid, but it's the same idea, right? You're still able to push the chamber out. You threaten him to force a rendezvous out. Then you still require GE to try to reinvest a lot of util in mid. That's when you take the chance to flood into A. Obviously, it doesn't work out, the fake, and then doubling back onto A site. Good call from Cruz.
Just being able to hold it from Heaven as well. Additional angles to work with. Ultimate's being cycled online now as well. But okay.
Timeout, presumably from the side of GE. Trying to fix things up. Now last week, it's something that we pointed out. They really lacked the proactivity to try to go out on A main, get that information. This time, they're doing it, but Primi and then some other members are always waiting by, just punishing them, saying, no, 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 you don't get free information, and you will just accept the fact that your rotates will be late. So what is the adjustment now? Do you invest even more util to try to go out? I mean, you could, but if you do at that point, you actually just have to commit to a fast flank. And what if Talon just responds? And then what if they just put a barrier mesh and say, nope, you're still trapped in A main, no information, we're just going to hold you there and trade util for util. So I think you have to start to think 2 steps ahead. I like the idea of the chamber in mid, trying to get that first pick. That's fine. Maybe you repeat that, but the reaction afterwards, rather than just reclearing mid, maybe a sudden push out somewhere else to constantly get Talon guessing.
That's kind of some of their options available to them right now. I mean, being able to fight for that neutral ground, but at the same time, it's just wondering about how Talon's able to work around, or if they're holding on the other sides, and especially again working with that double controller setup that they have. Mid is always kind of in contention. Yudotan being stuck inside of D-Link.
Okay, just a little bit of a fake bait there for the ult orb, and eventually they'll be able to secure that for themselves. And they make it sound like they left. So it's an absolute trap play, and Darian can't quite land that shot. What a jump peek out from Premier with the Outlaw.
It's a shutdown, but now this is the reaction from GE to try to come back in, thinking about a possible A site being leaked open. It is a bit of an eco round for GE, but still tough luck. I mean, starting things off that way.
Yeah, I don't mind the piling onto B, right? If you get a kill onto KLES, maybe even the Rolling Thunder if the time allows for it to try to just win the round out of attrition. But it's going to be a hard fake. Talon not taking any chances. If they get a reaction out of here, they'll immediately go into A site, still creeping forward, but they start to see some of that util come out on B. So the main force will be going into
ให้โกบมาเฟก
The Hunter's Fury baited
แล้วเข้า
out
แผ่น A เลย
onto that plant, and now it's just going to be planted on A site. Governor, he's done his job.
My
So
goodness.
unfortunately, ult's being drawn out.
Damn.
Rotations back.
Damn.
Okay, Viper's put up as well, just for added measure, but now in towards fence, and
เบดออฟไปด้วยอะ
Jit Boy's holding it. Bit of an angle, spots them out. It's a double kill.
เบดออฟไปด้วยอะ
Now there's not much you can do.
สุดยอด
Bobby not going to be able to find that kill instantly. Yudotan did pick up the Phantom, but the retake itself looks kind of impossible. Okay, Jit Boys, he might actually get a couple extra kills himself. He's aware of it. No, Yudotan's going to get it from behind.
ได้เหรอโนทามแซ่บโอ้
Now Poppy obviously wanting to go down to the spike. Looks like he's not going to be given the option to do so. Just trying to bounce back and forth. He has a rifle himself, so he could just save that over. And that's going to be the choice from GE. 5-2 lead for Talon. What a choice there. I mean, you talk about fakes like these, especially when you're ahead of the econ, is it really necessary? But just given the fact that, okay, we don't know where else they've pushed out from, we don't know what the rotations looked like, but they should be going for a stack. I don't mind it, especially because it's the Neon, right? You can try to get out usually a little bit slippery. You're able to buy a lot of time. And Governor, I mean, he baits out the Hunter's Fury. That's more than you could have asked for.
So much value. At the same time, I made a bit of an eco round for GE, so getting a read for things now, but this is the adjustment. It's going to be Yudotan pushing down mid to take down Ban.
And during that, they still have that forward position on A main as well. So yeah, now doubling down on where you push out from, so that way you can get the one and done kill in mid and back off. You don't have to be afraid about holding on to that position. It's still a double stack, so this requires Talon to now use util. But the question is if you have to use the rendezvous, which you will, where else do you push out from again? Does Yudotan push out from mid once more, because there's still a full minute left on the clock? Just holding for now. GE pushed back into a somewhat backwards, a default position.
Banking a lot on the stack, and at the same time trust in Poppy to just hold down B. He's continuing to jiggle, so doesn't see anything. It's all down to the stack and how they're able to react to what could possibly come out of the A site.
Yeah, we have to remember the slide is gone from Neon, so not going to be able to really displace that crosshair as much. But Darian, he gets tagged.
Fast lane up as well. So trying to slip on through with that, the relay vault now out. KLES not quite able to react with it. Second rendezvous now used, but unfortunately, just animation not quite up in time. Darren gets scunned off, and that's going to be now up to Crystal. Off from heaven, trying to work alongside it. Kind of avoiding the annihilation, which didn't quite connect into him, so not too bad.
พี่ดูมันผ่านเสื้อเหมือนเป็นไปเลยปีเก่าเลย ใช่ป่ะ
Been blocked off. Yudotan though, still able to land a bit of a shot.
Yeah,
Hey, 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 hey.
Jit Boys are taking so much damage. He's now going to have to...
That's a lot of damage.
And it's a two-man push out from spawn. They got to take out Jit Boys first. That's an easy kill. And the second one, good crosshair displacement for Poppy. And then a repeat from all three members. GE with a nice retake against Talon Esports here in round 8.
Okay.
Losing players initially thanks to the Neon, but then at the same time just being able to hold their ground. Crystal up from heaven, the first shot through, and then buying time, waiting for his teammates to come on through. The crosshair displacement at the end there, just perfect retake protocols.
Yeah, honestly, the site hit itself was very good. I almost thought KLES maybe pushed out too far forward. He had the Rolling Thunder. You could have used that to buy time as well, maybe give time for Yudotan to re-peek into mid. But he gets caught over there with the stun, so he's not able to get out in time. But at the end of the day, it's good patience from his remaining teammates for that retake. And now they switch it up.
อย่าให้ GE ขึ้น
With the breach, with the recon. Oh, that's a deep recon as well. You have to give up so much space here. Oh, Dario with a nice shot as well, holding that close off angle. Man, that's the toxic screen down. Poppy still anchoring on the site. And this seemed to always be what GE wanted even last week, was just let Poppy do his thing on the A site. We try to take space elsewhere. This time they get what they want.
Anchor works out. Take flight. Drawing out the barrier mesh as well, so maybe regrouping, breaking that down, and using the drone to re-clear that space up into heaven gives them more options into the site.
It's a nice pick out from Cruz, but they have to continue to play aggressive. Premier with a nice hit, but Poppy gonna utilize that Rolling Thunder to his advantage. They still have ults as well for Talon if they want to make sure they can secure this round.
And possibly anticipating that they are playing that post-plant position with the ults as well, so maybe needing to kind of push out against it. But Cruz hanging further back. Now's the timing to set up that Hunter's Fury. Sends off those beams. Shitboy's able to hold out the front side of things as well. Poppy's still able to fight back, now holding the angle. Spike getting stuck. Kelly's gets it just in time for G to pick up the round.
I think Cruz assumed that maybe there wouldn't be enough time, but either way, he didn't get the tag onto Kelly's either, so that's why GE knew they could just stick it. And good timing calculation there from GE, just knowing we have to hold it. You look at the positions they had, Kelly's was never, ever going to let go of that defuse because he had a spotter watching out a little bit close, and then he starts to peek out just to make sure he doesn't get swung on. So full faith on the timer from Kelly's, and that's going to be the defuse. That one stings quite a bit, especially with the Hunter's Fury used as well.
At the same time, just so much impact from one player, Poppy, in these rounds on the map for GE. Next round coming through, and they're continuing to switch up their setups. It's Darren alongside Yudotan on towards A now, trying to hold for that information.
Yeah, and that's going to be, that was meant to be a trap play there for Yudotan, just hiding him away with that trademark, but now they realize it's not going to happen, so you just leave the operator alone, trying to go for a fast rotate, but you're already a step late. The Neon Station charging in, grab net launch. Can you hold on to site? Crystal, it's a double team between Crystal and Kelly as a double swing. Crystal still alive with 2 kills on the board. He's dancing around, he gets a third, and shuts down the entire entry. Spike dropped on site.
Drone out to check as well. Shotgun, and there it is for Yudotan to come in with the blades. GE equalized the score thanks to Crystal's efforts.
What a good hold. The duo between Crystal and Kelly S. 2 IGLs bonded together. They're on the site. Good trades. Crystal set up for the kills. And a good read as well from Kelly S. GE coming alive now, bringing things up to a tied score of 5-5, and suddenly Talon, they looked so rejuvenated in the beginning, but it's starting to slowly slip away.
Just trying to figure out, you know, what Talon's movements are, slowing down Ben, or at least stopping him in his tracks, really stifles their momentum. And once again, we're back to the same setup.
This time, it's a bit of a setup for Poppy, right? You're holding out far back on that angle. Poppy not showing up on top of the box on danger, and he's just holding close next to his smokes. They will force Talon to move away. Talon has to start working the map. They've kind of just been spearheading through the moment they get a chance. The moment they get contact, they choose. Is it A or B? The Neon starts to barrel through. Now it's not working, but you have a lot of room to re-clear mid and A main.
Deploying drone.
Especially mid, though, possibly through vents, but right now, just dealing with Darren to force that rendezvous away. They managed to do it. Hunter's Fury out, though, and in kind for Crystal. There it is, back in through, and Yudotan, just on the timing of it, spots out Ben as he tries to make the movements happen.
I love this from Yudotan as well. He does get taken down, but it's such a forward position to try to get a read. Did they leave A main or not? Oh, but that kill opens things up. Governor could continue to be bait.
Hello,
He's
no
not
bang.
quite checking for Evan. Too many angles for him to check down low. He's stranded. Talon, they couldn't make up their mind. Once Governor got the kill, are we grouping up or not? They're kind of wishy-washy, and now they're late on the rotate. Poppy should be ready for this to just buy time before the spike gets planted.
That's why that smoke is up. Another star up by Danger as well. He hears the hop and sets up yet another smoke, but now footsteps into him. He's able to swing out, gets the kill, and then it's the spike
Give me
drop.
last one.
15
Tic tac toe.
seconds left.
Do it.
Poppy still able to double back to hold down that site. 6 rounds for GE.
You don't ever assume you can break into Poppy's sight. This is why GE can play so fluidly around the map elsewhere, because Poppy is just built to anchor down. That's what he's done his entire career. I mean, Talon, it looked like they were starting to push and pull and try to find these gaps and creating these gaps, but they weren't able to actually thread it through that gap. The indecisiveness really biting Talon there in that round.
Really definitely starts to hurt, especially in the last round, the first half right now. But then trying to come in with the stack into the B site now, just trying to flood on through with that fast lane. Governor straight into the relay bolts, trying to hide around the site itself. Annihilation does connect into Kelly. The off angles, a second
ลืม
kill.
ว่ามัน
Looks for
ปื
the
นมัน
third.
กดรัวไม่ได้
Trying to hold down the angles, goes in for the spray, it commits,
มันเป็น
but
โกด
unfortunately
เฉยๆ
doesn't
อะ
quite
หน่อย
connect.
เกิน
It's the annihilation that connects into Poppy as well. So back to even numbers now. Darren on and off.
Now, last round, so you just go for it. Trying to draw their attention, trying to get them to peak. And if not, he does have his teammate Crystal. He's already now arrived at the site, but they're ready for it. They realize something's off. It's just the op shots. That's a distraction. We got to keep our eyes peeled. Darion gets one. It's a good distraction. The timing's perfect for Crystal. Now trying to scout out where the last member is. Time not on the side of GE. They still need to get the kill and go for the defuse. Tries to jump. Ban gets one. Crystal just keeps him at bay. He's trying to stick to half, but Ban is not giving him that chance. And Talon will barely tie things up in
จังห
the
วะ
first
แบบนี้ก็
half.
ได้เหรอ
Crazy pacing, trying to swap things around and back into it, being able to find those two players. Unitron tries so hard to actually hold down the ground, but still, Talon being able to work around all of it.
That was a crucial kill there just to open up a chance even for GE. I mean, the back and forth was great between the two remaining members of Crystal and Darion, but at the end of the day, too little time left to try to leisurely spot out Ban. And Talon will
ทำไม
tie
จังหวะ
things
แย่
up.
จังเลย
I was imagining if we see that timeout come out
ต้อง
before
เป็น
the
ทุก
first
ครั้งที่
half
เขา
ends,
จับ
but
ส
Frost
กิล
and
ออกมา
Joey
ด้วย
having
นะ
faith in their
เออ
players to
เบล
try
เขา
to
โดนด่า
reclaim
แน่
some of those
ไม่เป็น
rounds.
ไร
Now they will be going onto the defensive side themselves. So curious to see how they play things
Half
out. Obviously,
time.
no hard sentinel. Not really going to call Denluck hard sentinel. I know she's got traps and walls and whatnot, but a little bit of a different category compared to
เอ้ย
the Cypher and the
ปวด
Killjoy.
ท้องเดี๋ยวไปเข้าห้องน้ำก่อนนะแชท
So
ไปเข้า
what
ห้
do
อง
we
น้ำก่อน
do
นะ
here? 'Cause it's going to be tough to just trust Deadlock alone to buy all that
มา
time. However, it is Primmy, right? So put up the barrier mesh. Maybe you get a kill or two. Peek back and forth, jiggle. He could be a great anchor. But how else are you using that Viper? That's going to be the crucial category right now, and how you deny information, but also delay. When is that single snake bite going to be used by Ban to make sure they get valuable information off of it?
Absolutely, and there's just so much delay at hand. So you got to think, starting things off 6-6 there definitely is quite a bit of work for GE to do. Starting things off though, bit of a stack in towards the B site.
Okay, so mid to A toxic screen right now. That way you can always try to vie for mid control, but also push out of A. When they re-clear, they still have to spend a lot of utility. And look at that A setup. If they get contact, the Neon is meant to try to draw them into a chase, and then there's the Sonic Sensor to really delay. Meanwhile, on the B side, just classic Jit Boys anchoring alongside Ban.
Trying to spam through the smokes right now at least, but still not quite able to find too much. A bit of damage into which Jit Boys.
But Unotan, he's taking so much space. They suspect it. They'll push him back out. That's important. He's going to be able to give up that space now.
Relay back in. Craftnet out as well, just in case he was right around the corner, but able to hold
มัน
out
เกิดอะไรขึ้น
far enough. Governor though.
เมื่อกี้ยัง2-5อยู่เลย
Yeah, big
5-2 อยู่เลย
Governor there. Just making sure that he's ahead, making sure that they can disrupt some of the positions. But Kelly's, do they check for him? It's a good setup with Unotan. It's a good crossfire. Unotan gets the trade, keeps Kelly's alive for another kill onto the side of GE. Now suddenly a 4v2. Talon no longer having any form of an advantage. There's a fault line just to keep the Neon at bay. And Kelly's is just dancing in between these members. Once again with Unotan, it's 2 kills to each name, 3 on the board for Udo for the entire round.
So effective at working alongside each other, right? Being able to hold out from danger, allowing Kelly's to stay alive and continuing to wreak havoc towards the back of the site. Just deadly.
And these these early kills really means a lot. I thought Governor did a good job of making sure he pushes Yudotan out. Then he gets control of boxes so that they can start the retake, so that it's not a very oppressive post plan coming out from GE. But then they just get picked off. Kellyus is protected on the site. And now we go on to the anti-eco from GE.
Once again, that wall.
Oh, that's a good hit. Darion just holding at long range as well. They expect some of these aggressive push outs, but holding just on the railing. JitBoys is, I mean, he's basically committing, right? He's saying, I'm just going to hold here until I get a kill. Oh, they get the spot. Is it going to be a double swing? No. They want to even plant JitBoys. They're really committing out to this fake. I mean, if he can get a kill, it would be great, but do they ever quite peek out? I was wondering if Darion maybe even tries to get ahead of it to peek below from above, but obviously with the toxic screen there, you're opening yourself up when that screen goes down.
So far, not really. JitBoys will continue to push on through. If he does spot out anything up or towards Ben, then he's going to see that there's nobody there. That should be quite a bit of information as well for Talon.
Oh, and this commitment to B, they know they can buy time with the Baramish on A. However, they now realize JitBoys being sent all the way deep for the flank. Nobody there. Baramish will be broken, and the rotate is going to be late before the spike gets planted.
30
It
seconds
takes
left.
a bit of time. And in that time, Yudotan sets himself up on top of the boxes. And a little bit of crosshair displacement as well, but back into it. Spikes has been planted for main, so that's where they're gonna hold.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to just go down to the spike. Sure, you have position. Yes, it's a 5v5, but you only have classics. You didn't invest anything extra into this. No reason to overextend. The only thing will be JitBoys. He's already on the flank. See if he can get an exit. If not, he needs to make sure that he goes down to one of the opponents, or maybe even just jump off the stage here, because there is no further chance for Talon to try to get any sort of advantage in this round.
Want to give them any alt orbs.
And Darion wants some alt orbs.
Still holding it. Okay, Crystal.
Okay, he's gonna go forward, try to just get whatever he can. And just with the Sheriff, yeah, he'll just go forward with it, but eventually just goes into Spike. Nothing really lost there of value, right? Just the Sheriff. You're not losing any investment. You're also not giving away an alt orb to the opponents.
Yeah. Apart from the round loss to Talon. So, apart from that, so far so good. And with the weapons in their hands, you know, GE have a chance at maybe trying to convert the bonus now.
See what they're able to do. I like that they just choose to say, okay, you know, we're just going to give that up. And now GE up ahead. We are going to see that extra investment come out from Crystal as well. He gave up that Sheriff trying to get those extra kills on that last round, but now on their bonus, he's able to match that firepower. So that's an extra Vandal now in their hands.
Bought up and pushing up through this toxic screen already. And the drone might have spotted out a little bit more as well.
It's a fast hit. Toxic screen completely ignored, and you expect to push out, but Darion not able to really clear the inside of that smoke. Good trade from Kellyus, but that's the spike down. Now, Ban, he needs to be careful where he chooses to position himself because he's going to be open from a lot of different angles. He's just going to have to fight his way out.
Holds it from the closest off angle, but ooh, it's Yudotan that he's playing against. So instantly Spike picked up and pretty soon planted onto the side. A full 3-on-3 retake.
Now Poppy reclaiming that area as well. He's creating another cross angle. Talon, do they suspect it? Because it's a 3v3. Do you imagine? Oh, they spot each other, and Primy's very quick with it.
So now it's out to Yudotan. Gets ahead of it at least a little. Takes down Primy. Goes in for yet another swing. Has the dash anyway, but Crystal comes in to support as well. He spots out the barrel. Yudotan and wants to go out for the kill, but it's Cruz able to strike back against GE. A round picked up.
Cruz always so trustworthy when Talon most needs him, because I was thinking against Yudotan and Crystal, it looked like they were pretty well trained and kind of going back and forth with the bait and switches, but they never quite were able to peek out at the same time. And Cruz just reads it perfectly, says, this is the only chance I get. I just got to win these fights one at a time, and you'll be able to bring one round back for Talon Esports. Very quick on that pickup against Yudo. Just ready for it. Obviously, both of us knowing the location of each other. However, that was their buy round, so that's where it's going to still sting a little bit for Talon. So you'll collect some of the half armors, but you're just going to hold on to the creds. It's only one round apart. You got to think for the long game.
Trying to keep that in mind, but at the same time, defensive setups now a little bit slightly different, just to kind of pad up the A side a little bit more.
Yeah, I like the sonic sensors here, so that if you choose to try to wrap around on bridge, try to really flank onto that back site, there's double sonic sensors, and Bam would have been ready for a quick peek out. Then he tried to hold from heaven, but not seeing anything. Talon trying to get ahead of the movement. Drone going to get spotted on A main at the same time. And so both the Silva and the Chamber know of each other's location. Okay, a little ballsy from Cruz, but Governor with a nice pickup with the hero rifle.
Just being able to duke out against mid. I mean, hearing that drone from Crystal earlier before, just the oppressive toxic screen again from Ban forces them to use util to re-clear mid.
Okay, with the barrier mesh out, now on that timing, past the minute mark onto A main as well as Talon, all eyes trained onto mid. It has to be a flank no matter what, otherwise it's a wild rush in the last 20 seconds. Looks like right now it's gonna be that B-side, and Governor, they line up for him. That's a double headshot, able to control that spray, and now spike down as well. It should be the round for Talon, and GE, they're already positioning themselves away to safety, going for a save.
No other option. That's the best they can do right now. Not for Talon. The setup really works out incredibly well.
And they're able to upgrade their weapons. That's a big part of this as well, right? We realize that off of that buy round in the previous round, they're not able to continue to buy up. So they say, okay, we take the loss, and now they get a thrifty for it. That's going to pay off dividends for Talon as they tie things up 8-8. This map has been neck and neck, and you know, we got big time over on the desk, always wanting all three maps. He wants maximum Pacific Valorant, and we might be on track to try to make his dreams come true once again here in week 2.
Very, very possible, especially with how everything has been playing out so far. Talon is definitely showing that even though the split, you know, wasn't quite the best map that they cooked up, still putting Permi on some of these other agents and being able to work alongside, you know, a lot of the utility this way definitely gives them more value.
And now it's just like the reverse of the first map. It's going to be GE using up both of their timeouts before Talon even needs to call a single one. Talon held on strong in the first half, realized what their win conditions would be going into the second half. They made it that 6-6, and once again they even things out at 8-8. And GE will have to figure out an answer here on their attack.
I can imagine it's definitely possible, though. I mean, the fact that they're coming in off of this 13-3 loss to Team Secret last week, they've already made the adjustments. They're also adapting on the fly to things. Definitely looking a lot better for this team overall. But now onto the attacking side, that's where they're starting to face some of these problems that they've never quite faced before, especially against a team like Talon, pulling out the double controller setup.
So I was about to say that it would be beneficial for them to try to go a bit more headstrong into one of the sites, right? You're just not going to be able to really win a mid-fight unless you land all your shots, sure. But outside of that, in terms of utility, that Viper and the double controller on the side of Talon is too oppressive for a mid-battle. So going in fast onto that B site, now I wasn't quite sure if it would be a 5-man hit, but that looks like to be the plan off of the timeout for GE.
So straight on, headstrong hit into the side. Yudotan with the blades finds that whole side's been vacated.
But this is what I wanted to know is earlier, if you go for a 4-man hit and try to hold them off in mid, because there's a very big likelihood that there's going to be a flank. Now they are ready for it, quickly falling all the way back. You still got that trademark as well, and the rendezvous from Darion. It's a bit of a risky situation.
แผ่นรองเมาส์ชนะโหวตเหรอเนี่ย
Watching for it.
ไอ้ยา
By further time too, it does connect into so many of the players from Talon, and here comes Yudotan alongside Darion. All that's left now. Jit Boy's playing up around stairs, has to kind of back off, thinking about going for the save. And Yudotan still making quite a bit of noise.
Yeah, just trying to see if he can get a chase in, but otherwise he'll just pick up that free rifle as he came into the round with the Blade Storm. And this is the GE we saw last week. The moment you get a chance, the moment you get contact, we push in, we go for the fight, we take you guys out. You could argue that sometimes it looks like it's a very high-risk play, but GE made it work in week 1, and they're trying to bring that flavor back here in this round.
This works out so incredibly well.
Yeah, I like that they don't just say Rolling Thunder by time, right? It's Rolling Thunder. We surely had to have hit everybody because of the angles we're watching, and we go in for the fight. If no one's there, that's fine. Then we back off again. We've still got extra backup, and now once again, a little bit of a harder fight now onto the A side, but Darion ready to try to pick off anybody who tries to gain control of mid.
So continuing to try to hold for it, but it is that double sonic sensor setup on the A side again.
Nobody watching for a Crew's just going to be the eyes to make sure that they don't come towards Primi. If they do, he'll notify him. Primi's ready for that shot. He's always so clean with the rifle. They know they're coming.
Trying to break it. Primi thinking about pulling out the utility.
Yeah, but he holds. Barrier mesh off the drone to make sure there's no quick follow-up.
So now that's a bit of util and a bit of a rotation being pulled over to the A site now.
Yeah, the operator being repositioned, not quite spotted in mid just yet. Darion never peeked out, so this is the whole idea after that timeout, right? Is put pressure on one side, do they push out of mid, then Darion picks up the kill. But you're never really going to try to aggressively fight in mid because you just don't have the advantage. Now with a lack of information, GE, they want to go for a fake, but already Crystal taken down.
Okay.
Not quite spotted. Oh, maybe it looks like he has been. Util trained. Uh-oh.
ใครลองเรา
He's just going to hold on. They're not quite sure if he's still there or not.
มีตัวในใจแล้วแหละ
Just going
จริง
to wait.
ดูไว้
Then you
ดู
got
ไว้
a
ละ
band's position closer towards the B site. Such a good spot. He wasn't spotted or anything, but now GE thinking back to rotate.
They heard him. Ban heard them start running. You look at the positions. Talon, they're still holding strong. And Jitboy's just making sure it's not a wraparound through mid. This is going to be an absolute crash, and they just
No
have to
time.
sprint in for the
Coming.
spike. It's only 10 seconds left. The op
Good.
trying to get a shot, and there's the overdrive.
Oh.
It takes
Oh.
everybody.
โอ้ยโอ้ย
It's
โอ้ยโอ้ย
Remy
โอ้ย
and
โอ้ย
Gubber
เกือบละ
holding onto the site.
โอเค
เกือบละกาเวโด
Good positioning from Ban. So there's all this pushing and pulling on the A
เกือบ
side.
แตกแล้วเมื่อกี้
Quite frankly, at the end of the day, the biggest
ฮอต
piece
ไม่
of
ร่วง
information Talon had was Ban as that drone, as the eyes and ears, all the way forward past danger over by the B site.
Cheering for all of it.
ที่มีก็เอาให้ โอ้ย
Down onto the
เอ้ย
10 seconds left. I mean, your only option is to can't quite get the spike down.
ช็อตไม่ร่วงเมื่อกี้
So flawless round for Talon now, tying up the score 9-9.
And now this time it's a forward position with the operator on the A side. So similar concept, but it's a much faster rotation because you trust in Darion to be able to get that pick. You're trying to make Talon to get curious. Use a drone. Peek back out. You know you want information because otherwise you haven't really been able to go for those fast rotates.
Deploying drone.
Really seeing anything yet still though. I mean, thrown out to its B site now.
All right, the real question will be, are they aware of Ban's position while they hunt for Jit Boys? Because it's going to be a double setup. Ban already gets one. Now it's a double on the site.
Okay.
But Jit Boy's still alive, and he's in position to start to back out safely to regroup. Backup has arrived.
What?
Jit Boys actually doesn't
Oh.
quite need it. He's going to take down Unoton as well.
ตาทิพย์
Somehow inside of the smoke and
Ta- ta-
all that
ta-
left,
tip.
I mean, Crystal alongside
มันเป็น
Darion.
ช็อต
At least Crystal on the site, so maybe looking for some kind of
จิตบอยตาทิพย์
โอ้หนอ
Just trying to see if they can maybe get out some extra util, get a free kill with the operator.
Darion.
Crystal, he's going to get one himself.
เฮ้ย
โอ้ยโอ้ย
Darion still watching over by Heaven, but they don't know if there's been a cross. There's the annihilation, and that's gonna catch him.
โอ้ย
There's
โอ้
the
ย
spike all
เด
the way
ยอน
drawn out. Darion, you gotta make a
เดียว
choice, but I don't think there really is one. The spike right in the middle of enemy territory.
no keeping
Hey, man.
themselves
เป็นหนึ่งนัด
inside of cover as well. There's no chance
เรียบ
whatsoever
ร้อ
for
ย
Talon. Even getting clipped in the back as he tried to cross
มาแล้ว
over
มาแล้ว
to
มาแล้ว
safety. Talon
ใครเล่น
really
กาเวโด
trying to find and extend their lead right now.
แน่นอน
Yeah, first time they've reclaimed the
แน่นอน
lead since round 10 when GE
แต่
tied
เจ๋
it up
เลย
5-5. Catching a bit of a break, but it's not much.
ตัวเนี้ย
Round
ออฟ
10
อยู่แล้ว
to 9, it's anybody's
โอ้
game.
ไม่
This time it's a good hold from Talon. Great double team between Jit Boys and Ban. All those smokes really working out to their advantage.
Especially for Ben as well. I mean, thanks to those smokes, able to peek wide outside of Rafters. Next round coming through
เมื่อ
now.
กี้ก็ได้ยินเสียงแอสตราเดี๋ยวนะ เท้าไก่กล่อง
Oh,
Oh,
catches
lad.
Sudo before he takes flight. Shutting him down.
To it as well.
โอเค เจอหนึ่ง
Thanks
เล
to
คอน
smokes being able to still hold the ground, especially with that up again.
It's just gonna be a reset
ก็คือไม่ทิ้งตัวไปมิดเลยอ่ะ คือ GE มิดบอร์ดมากตอนเนี้ยมีแค่แท็บกันหลังของแชมเบอร์
ว่ะต่างจากครึ่งแรกมาก
จริง
คือรอบนั้นคือยัดไปมิดอยู่นะ
อันนี้ปล่อยมิดเลยอะคือถ้าทันรอนไปแฟงได้เลยนะ
Right here.
You got the numbers, why not? And Primi is safe enough on the A site, so
แม่งมันเข้าห้องได้ไงเนี่ย
Global trying to sneak on through with the smokes. They've managed to keep themselves towards backside. The wall bang not quite connecting. So at least the speed goes down. Crystal from long range
Oh,
with the
long.
sheriff as well, still able to connect it.
สวัสดี
Give these 1v1s if you're Talon.
โอ้
Cosmic Divide just to try to get through. There comes the 100 Fury coming out.
Night timing.
Is it gonna be able to? No, it's just gonna buy time. Not
Cut,
really
cut.
doing too much damage. Ban now already onto the side. That's a good catch with the grab net as well. And Crystal all alone just has to go for the shock darts. It'll get some chip damage in, but someone already pushed up.
โอ้ยช็อกดาร์ทหนึ่งตัว
For his troubles, but the round will still be
มา
going
วะ
over to Talon. Man, I mean,
ออกไปไหน
Talon, I love the fact that
โอ
they
เค
were
ได้
very
แล้วพี่มี
careful.
ได้ออก
Yeah,
มา
they
แล้ว
give one over to Crystal from long range. But even before, if we look, Cruz was already pinging. We left that side open. They might be in the corner. He sends a recon as well to make sure they can group up. They have
Quick
the
shot, yard.
confidence that if they're able to set up, they should be winning these fights. And then you commit the Cosmic Divide as well. Isolate that long range from Crystal, clearly keeping that number advantage.
So much being found by Talon right now.
Right here.
ถ้ารอนทีมของเกาหลีใช่ป่ะ
Be able to fight back, but
ทีมเกาหลีที่นักแข่งไทย
not quite working out.
โค้ด USA นักแข่ง สัญชาติเกาหลี 2 แต่ live in USA 2
On top of the
Okay.
sonic sensors, that's a rough sight to get into. So the only thing you should worry about is going to be that flank, and Primi's ahead of it. They know they gave up some mid control. He's up on heaven, waiting for that vent door to break. Sonic sensor as well, and then a nice catch from Jim.
What?
GE starting to fall apart. They're all over the place in mid, just giving up these free peeks.
เดยอนฝืนแล้ว อ๋อฝืนแล้ว
ไม่ออกแล้วอะเดยอนอะ
GE, they would have to wrap all the way back
โดน
around
โกบเข้าไปอะ
and that's the only place you can really come in from again. Just full faith.
โดนจิตบอยโดนโกบเนอร์เข้าไปอะ
At this point, there's not too many options for GE, right? The Viper's pit in his face, and if they do
What
double
the?
back in towards mid, you're thinking about the odds.
Viper out,
What
what?
are you gonna do? 50 seconds left on the clock. The only option to try to kind
หวัง
of
โคตร
อ
เอา
อกไปอีก โอ้น่ารำคาญ
Trying to go for that ult orb sound and then the run away with the fake, but there's no reason for Talon to peek out. Now, I don't blame GE just because
I don't blame
Talon team in this
GE.
roster, they have done unnecessary moves before. All last year, there have been some overextending. There has been some
Caster on fire, bro.
attempt at a bait, but that's the most they could have done, like you said, especially now with this barrier mesh. They really just have to wait for the time and go for that save because your credits aren't looking good. And now it's going to be map point for Talon, one step away from taking us to the third map of Lotus.
right.
Oh.
2025
All right.
Talon. Still though, kind of affording at least the kill in towards GE. You never quite know what that might turn out to be. A couple of players close to their ultimates now.
Oh, I love
As the round close to end.
I love the patience from Talon because if you went for extra kills
Babe,
here, just
babe,
for
you
the
may.
economy, you might have actually accidentally given over two big
bang
power
you may.
ultimates to Poppy and Kelly S. So
Maybe they find
even
one game,
keeping
though.
that in mind to make sure you're not giving any extra chances over to GE.
Able to keep that still. That's right. I mean, now working against map point 9-3. I mean, how do you find, way back into
คุณ
this
ปัญญา
map?
มาเล่นวาโลตอนไหน
The
อะ
economy's not too great. It's gonna be those guardians and light shields. Darren in with the tour de force.
Yeah, it has to be Darian, quite frankly, right? A lot of the macro hasn't been working out for your favor. So they're going to try to hold them off on A.
เดยอนนะครับยังเปิดออฟ
See
อยู่
if you can bait out some of that extra utility, maybe force them to think that it's a chamber on this side, but that toxic screen again.
พี่คิวไม่มาเลยวันนี้ใช่ปะ
So easy for Talon. You just take it step by step. And Darian, he's just going to look for these rotations, but Talon
รอดู
just
โล
can't
ตัส
do
เลย
it. I don't think they need to. You've already pushed out far into
นาน
the
แจ้ง
lane.
เกิดพิมี่
Now a slow creep towards B as you hear the drone coming in, but you never were meant to fill this site. Look at Jim
What?
Boy's position. He just wants to hold on to back site.
This is all GE has. It has to be the B site. Spike planted now at the very least, and they're gonna have to try to hold it so far back in towards Nest, back in towards main. You're watching for the potential flanks and in for the floods through stairs as well. At least the stars are up. And Poppy's trying to work alongside them, but the fast lane's in his face. Darian just to watch his back. Darren unfortunately gets gunned down by Jit Boys now though from stairs, and Poppy doing his best to try to anchor on the side.
นี่ไง
And off the timing,
ไม่กันหลังจริงอะ
Cruz comes out from the
Cruz
back.
ไปเอา
Poppy
เลือก
gunned down. Crystal, the only one left, and he's way too far from the site. Sends out the recon, but Jit Boys is sticking the defuse, and there it is. TLN closes out the second map, 13-9. We are going to a map 3.
The patience from Talon there to wait for Cruz to fully get the flank. Governor, he jumps down and he just says, well, it's either you coming into the smoke for me when I'm only the shorty, or we're just dancing around until I get more
ไปต่อ
backup.
กันที่โล
They
ตัส
slowly just encroach onto that site, and then the moment Cruz gets that kill onto Kelly S, suddenly everybody floods right onto the spike. It's a great retake from Talon Esports, looking a lot better on this map too. And maybe the desk was right. Maybe it was just that, first game back on the big stage jitters, and Talon has shaken them off.
So much of it. Just seeing how effective this composition can be as well, especially on the defensive half. You're seeing all of that utility come into fruition. The double sonic sensor setup on towards the A site, and Pan just being such a menace, especially throughout on his Viper's toxic screen all throughout the map.
Yeah, it's just been a great map from Talon. Everyone really doing their part. Governor also playing the bait when he needs to, but really able to go for those op shots when he needed as well. And Jit Boys really coming back alive as an anchor, saying, hey, when I'm given the chance, I can do the same thing too. Poppy is a pretty good player, but Jit Boys was one of the OG rookie controllers here in VCT Pacific, and he's shining once again. Talon playing their composition to perfection as well. You mentioned it, things like the toxic screen, the sonic sensors, it was all set up very, very well in favor of them, especially on that defensive side.
That said, though, a few successful rounds for GE nonetheless. Kelly S alongside Yudotan have been doing quite a bit of damage, carrying that performance over from the first map. So hopefully being able to see a bit of that in the third map as well. But for now, I mean, this has been such a good second map for Talon. How does this really all shake up? We have to toss it back over to our analyst as to tell us everything.
Everything. There's so much, though. There's so much to talk about. Talon finding the wind in their sails for map 2, bringing us to a proper full series here. This is what we want to see. We want to see a good game.
ไฟพาวเวอร์ไม่หนีกัน
This
มาก
was very interesting. Talon seemed to have figured out a lot of things. This is a
ห
lot
ลังๆก็
better
แผน
than we expected. Global, though, coming back a little bit there, but I don't know. I think they need a little bit more time to rework their Abyss.
Yeah, I like the changes that they tried to make. Obviously, they tried to shake things up, bring in the chamber, but I didn't really feel it have a ton of impact. I didn't see Darion really manage to pick apart Talon in a way a chamber would.
To be fair, it wasn't really his fault. Like, Talon was doing a fantastic job of neutralizing him. You'll see some highlights of that later on that we've taken from the game, but the utility and the way that they push him off those angles, the amount of times that he just got droned off the line by Cruz, he really had his impact minimized. Yudotan is really the one that actually kept them in this game. I mean, it's the stars for GE that make them a consistent roster time and time again. That first half was very back and forth. I actually thought Talon probably could have got more out of their attacking side as far as I'm concerned, but fumbled some of the rounds in the mid round and the XVX. I think at the end of the day, it's GE's attack side that really let them down. Like, he had one or two really good calls off of the attack pause, which I'm assuming is coming from the coaching staff, like the Rolling Thunder ult round on B in the after plant. But after that, they really didn't seem like they could figure out how to attack into the comp that Talon brought here onto Abyss.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me was Talon's retake on B. They felt very, very comfortable giving space when they needed to and taking it back. I liked what they were doing with their toxic screen on Viper as well to kind of lock out that mid and A control. It gives you a lot of sequential control. I just felt like they really understood how to play defense on this map.
They also kept changing up their approach. Like, some of the rounds, the
Dude,
site was left
1.9
completely wide open. There wasn't a single player playing on it. It was just a toxic orb. Some of the rounds you had someone in a toxic orb and just buying time, and then they had
Battle
a
Asa.
that they were playing.
Yeah, I think they had a lot prepared for this. And this is what Talon has been saying that they have. They said, we're really good at macro. We've got so many different things up our sleeves. And and we saw a lot of it displayed here.
I mean, this is a great start to the first gun round. You see, this is the first round that Darion gets an op out. It's exactly why they wanted to mix up the chamber to try to get him more involved in the game, as opposed to the Cypher. Drone comes out, instant stun, forces him to TP off the line. He can't even be allowed to take a shot. Then we go into this B after plant where you have the annihilation that hits the rotating player. And although Talon didn't win this round, this is a great example of how they're able to play the macro well and push and pull the rotations and neutralize the effectiveness of the op.
Yeah, I definitely liked what they were trying to do in terms of macro this game. This was a great round where they understand that the strength of their comp is in the post plan. So they're able to kind of set up this kind of fake towards B, end it back on A and find a completely free and open site. And then you're post planting with your Viper roll, you have deadlock traps, you have Astra utility. Trying to retake into this is hard.
I mean, this kind of reminds me of Nongshim does, to be honest. You're sending the Neon in, that's pulling 3 or 4 rotations to the other side of the map. You get the kill on the player that's deep A main that's holding an info line, and exactly like you said,
อันนี้โคตรดีอ่ะ
wall on spawn, Viper ult across the site. That's an impossible retake when you're already 15 seconds on the other side of the map in terms of rotations and the spikes ticking.
Yeah, exactly. There was an excellent use of Neon, especially when you're doing a lot of swinging from site to site. And this is, again, the specialty of Talon. And when it works, it looks so good. And we could see it happening there, especially with their macro plays. I'm curious now how Global is going to be tackling this. Going to Lotus is going to be our next map. And it's a big map. Talon, historically, we saw this happen in stage 2. They got, 0-13 by Paper X. They didn't do so well near the end against Gen G. It wasn't great. They like Lotus, though. They either pick it or they let it through every single time.
Yeah, you know what this reminds me of? The real GE fans out there will remember it. Last year in 2024, obviously I was there. We played against Talon. Map 1, we stopped them. Map 2, we lost a very close map, and then we ended up losing map 3. So I feel bad for the guys in GE. I feel bad for the people at the watch party there. You don't want to relive this nightmare. So I hope GE can bounce back stronger into this map 3.
This is a map where you have no idea what's going to go on. Like, Talon, I think, lost like 13-2 in the offseason to Gen G on this map. GE, I don't think we've even seen them play Lotus yet, so this is just a bloody coin flip as far as I'm concerned. You have no idea what you're going to get from either of these teams, but even if you did have some tape, you had some data.
ที่มีไซเฟอร์ไว้เนี่ย
You've already seen both of these teams continue to change their comps map to map to map and try to get better reads on each other, try to go for a little bit of an anti-strat based on what they saw compositionally, or maybe what didn't work for them in the case of GE's Abyss.
Yeah, I think I'm expecting a chaotic map 3. I'm expecting
this will be messy.
I'm expecting some crazy picks as well.
Yes.
Both these teams don't mind a little bit of cooking. They don't mind, trying different things. So I think I'm excited to see what they go for.
I just want to pitch
ห
this
น้า
one.
ตา
I know
ซอ
this
ฟ
is
ต์แวร์
insane,
นี่ไม่เหมื
but
อน
what if
กัน
you
สัก
put Privy
วัน
on a duelist? Like, wouldn't that be crazy?
What? We can't have that. Talon would never do that. They would never do that. Premi on a duelist. Why would we give him so many kills and
might work well.
let him entry? But I think it's interesting, though, because the way we saw Premi actually play when he first came in, I think there was a little bit of refinement that was needed, a little bit of discipline that he needed. When you're coming into the tier 1 pro play, it's so different than pulling off rank. So I can almost understand why they haven't really put him on duelist yet, except in the off season. So maybe they're still working on a couple things. But this could be the map. This could be it, Pilski.
I hope so.
I think the biggest difference when you're coming in from ranked is not necessarily the gameplay, like your own ability to perform in the server. A lot of it comes down to like how you are as a teammate, your communication, the much more intangible things that we don't necessarily see from up here.
Yes.
So that could definitely be one reason they moved him away from duelist, if his communication style didn't naturally fit, if he was a more quiet player, for example.
I will also say it really feels like, especially in these last 2 maps, the Talon approach is sacrificial duelist, space creation. You're seeing Governor run in on the Neon. They were playing Yoru Raze on the previous map. They really want the duelists to not necessarily be fragging out, but instead to be playing within the system. And then Primi's being put in roles where, as the deadlock, or in the case of the Teo on the first map, he can come in after throwing the util or playing a certain position where maybe he can utilize his mechanics and then get more involved in the mid to late round. You want that player with the really good fragging power involved in closing out the round in the important stages of it.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point and one I hadn't necessarily considered. It definitely seems like they really want to open up the game for Primi, keep him alive until the most important bits of the round where he can really use his talents to close things out instead of,
I mean, historically in TAC FPS, your entry player is not your star player. It's usually your weaker player that you send in, they create space for the rest of the boys. But duelist is a fragging role in Valorant, so it's a bit of a contradiction in some cases.
Yeah, especially if you're playing a dive duelist role. Things change a little bit here, and it's true that in Valorant, things are just different. Things are crazy, which is why we've been seeing some crazy things, and I'm glad both of these teams are cooking. Some of them absolutely...
Maybe too much.
Yeah, like, I don't know if that was the right recipe, but it's cool to experiment a little bit, and change it up a little bit, see if it works or not. I also want to talk about some poll results. We had a poll by the fans. Who is the better coach? As in one of you two for our fantasy
Well, it's
team
clearly big
here.
time, but what did the fans think?
It was indeed big time, but it wasn't by a lot. It was
Okay.
by 51%. So
49.
มาแล้วว่ะ
you got some time to win them over with whatever you got. But
Lotus.
we do have map 3 on the horizon here. It's
Okay.
Lotus, and we got Primy on the
โอ้โหพี่มีโค้งอ่ะ
We got Ban on the deadlock. Oh, we got Teho and Chamber. Okay. Break this down, guys, because they're still cooking.
This is so fun.
much stuff going on.
We have deadlock versus deadlock on Lotus, which is something we don't see a lot. The chamber, I'm like that they've gone back to it. I think chamber can bring a lot on Lotus. I think it lets you lock these angles, and I also think it gives you this kind of contacty more style on attack where you're able to kind of explore space.
What are GE gonna do on attack? They've got a stealth drone and that's it. Triple sentinel. What are they?
1-1 ใช่ไหมเมื่อกี้
ใช่1-1
ใช่ไหม
Okay. All right. Caster,
คะแนนเท่าไหร่
we're gonna send this
1-1
to
ตอนนี้
you, and I'm gonna watch
ชนะ
your brain
ก็
just
ได้
kinda
ไปต่อ
explode with
แพ้ก็ลงไปสายล่าง
Well, thank you very much. But maybe have we considered the fact that GE, they're so
ไม่หมายถึง
great that they
คะแนน
realize if
ยังไง
you go 12-0 in the first
ใช่
half,
ตอนนี้
you don't
1-1 อยู่
actually need to attack much. Like that's a
แบตที่แล้วอ่ะ
The Des mentioned it. Talon's been
อ๋อ
13-0 on this map before.
เอเท่าไหร่วะ
You also wanna
13-9 มั้ง
that Talon, this is the
13-9
composition
โอเค
Primy
เปลี่ยนอยู่
debuted in VCT Pacific last year. This is a composition where they said, all right, Primy, come in, just frag out on Clove, right? Just go out, and he comes in, he gets a 4K against Team Secret in that very first round, and then they were able to win 2-0. So going back to a bit of a
โอ้ย
classic
ทำไมเอมันพุช
comfort
มาเร็วจัง
pick,
อะ
comfort composition for themselves.
ไม่ดันลาโวเว้ย
They still have that 13-0 spray on them on the talent side.
They'll never live it down themselves. They'll never let anybody forget.
เทมเบอร์อีกแล้ววัด
That's what you always
They
feel
on
like when
again.
you're in the driver's seat, but right now, just a little bit of space in towards B already. Prowler to clear outside of Mount.
And just taking B first and then trying to make them guess, is it B or C? Governor seeing if he can get a cheeky little hit as they peek around the barrier mesh, but Global Esports not taking any chances. They already have full robo control.
เล่น
on
อัสตา
C-site. That sheer wall
อี
is
กรอบ
still there. And this is why this Vice is becoming so popular across all the regions, across all the different maps, because if you don't ever activate that, it's so much information. But if you do activate it, I mean, there's so many different trap plays as well.
อืม
So at least just being able to lure and draw all of that out. I mean, it's already 2 walls from the side of GE that are drawn out. Now the salvos as well. And it affords a lot more options for Talon as they do commit back in towards the C site. So no Shiro available, it's just the guns for Cali-S right now.
What?
Still able to track
22
down. Poppy into the back site. But Jit Boys able to
3-3
fight back. Now into the site, and that's where the Barrier Mash comes up.
อ้าว
Ban, block off
โดนล้อม
the spike will go
โอ้
down.
ติด
Yeah, Crystal's just gonna be stuck there
Crystal
on his
did.
own, but he will be able to survive as Talon not taking any chances. They're gonna back away from the barrier mesh. They don't want to take any unnecessary fights.
ได้
They
เซต
look
อัพ
for
แล้ว
the flank, but they realize it's not gonna be there. All 3 coming in from Waterfar. Is Talon ready? We've got the salvos online once again.
Ooh. Jit Boys inside of the smoke though. They don't expect that whatsoever. Darren able to trade back, but now 1-on-2. He's got the headhunter, but can he really connect all of them? Swings out, but it's gonna be the classic that
มันฟิล
undoes
ลี่เบ
him.
ด
Talon picks up the
เบส
pistol.
1ยิง
Full faith in Ban there with the
Ooh,
absolute bait and switch from Primy. Just jumps around and then says, it wasn't me. And Ban's there to pick up the kill. It's a good pistol round. What I really want to give credit to Talon is you
มงเว้น
mentioned
ดี
it.
มาก
They
อะ
drew out the walls. They drew out the salvo. They drew out the razor vine. All this stuff that is going to take so much time to get through, but also things like the salvo that's on a 40-second cooldown.
man.
And then they find that opening.
This is where you really start to think, we saw a triple duelist way before back in the day. Now we're seeing the triple sentinel. Is this overcooking?
Oh.
Maybe
Oh.
not yet, because Darren is here and
What?
ready to play.
ไม่ถึง 5 วิเลยล่วงแล้ว
But has to back off. Rendezvous already used.
That takes a bit of a hit, but not really gaining too much value outside of that. Yeah, you take away the deadlock, that's going to weaken the post plant just a bit, but not able to recover any weapons, not able to upgrade anything, not able to keep control of C-Mount either. So Talon, they'll leave Governor alone. Now he does have the Phantom, that always worries me a bit when you leave the rifle alone. You never know when a nice headshot's going to take you out, but he'll just hold these off angles, see if they get curious to push out for extra space.
Being able to keep it around at least, but right now, Talon still with the guns, able to push out a little more effectively. They are doing their due diligence of clearing out a lot of the
ผ่านเข้ามาเรื่อยๆแล้ว
angles at the very least.
Yeah, now there's
ทั้
so
งสอง
little
ฝั่ง
information that they
อ้าว
might just consider
rotate
going into B to go for a pinch alongside Governor. It
โอ้
could
ย
have spelled trouble, but GE got
อ๋อ
ร้อย
answered.
ขา
They started
เฮ้ย
moving, which gives a little bit of space, but can he get out?
เฮ้ย
It's
จิตบอย
just
ยังได้อยู่
outside of range.
เฮ้ย
Boys
เสีย
can
สู
อ้าว
Governor
รอด
โอ้รอด
as
จิต
well.
โอ้
เฮ้ยรอด
Everybody getting
เอ้ยรอด
out by Jet Boys.
Look at how he actually bypasses
What was
Step
that?
2 down in towards Darren, the last one left. He's the
What
one
was
who only
that?
got
Oi,
the
oh.
kill against Ban. Gets a second,
โอ
not
เค
too
ล่วงสัก
bad,
ที
but has to continue pushing up. And this is where, you know, you're
แต่
starting
ยั
to
ง
think,
ยังไม่โดนสักนัด
are the retakes
โป้ง
really possible in GE's
เอ
favor?
อ
They
ดี
continue
นี่
to peek out, but Permi in with the outlaw just really makes it not a possibility whatsoever. 2-0 to start.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage with that headhunter. Now Darien 3 away from the tour de force as well. That's going to be very important. You mentioned how good are the retakes going to be when you're having this tough of a time. But outside of that, I mean, it's going to... Oh, he gets right behind
How
him
did
with
he
it as well as
survive?
Governor trades for him. That's a good little maneuver there. But outside of that, once you get that tour de force, once you get the operator, hopefully you're not really pigeonholing yourselves into these 5v5, 4v4 retakes.
You really do have to come up with some possible trap plays or at least a guided salvo.
น่าแปลกใจอย่างหนึ่ง GE ไม่หยิบเฟดมา
โอ้ยจริง ปกติด่านนี้มันต้อง initiator ต้องเฟด
Yeah, we have to note that Premi still hanging out by C as well. He's
เฟดเมตา
with that outlaw. Doesn't
เจีย
spot
โฮ
anybody
มัน
pushing up.
ไม่สามารถหาข่าวได้แบบ
Gone.
ยืดหยุ่นข
And
นาด
they'll
นั้
be
น
able to start to re-clear some space. So Talon should still make some noise
ตัว
until
หา
the
ข่าว
until
ละ
the barrier
แค่
drops, but they'll
ตัว
slowly
เดียว
pull away
จริง
and try to inch towards C side.
ที่เหลือมันเป็นสกิลออฟเฟนซีฟทั้งนั้นเลย
Still not spotting out too much. He's trying to sell that fake by rotating the doors over. No footsteps whatsoever. The rest of his team
อินเฟดเงี้ยสแกนมันก็รีได้เรื่อยๆอะ
does give a bit of a tell away.
อร่อยเลยอะ
Instantly calls for a bit of reaction. Crystal starting to kind of think back in towards a possible B pinch, but Ben continuing to push up. Gets away with another kill.
And there's the barrier mesh as well, so no one going to be able to funnel in through. But Yudotan, I love this position. He has to get ahead of it. He has to get two, but he misses on that wide swing. Not quite expecting them to just not fight him at all. Governor with a free kill himself. There are the salvos, but they should
อะไรวะน่ะ
be able to
ครู
get out.
ครูสนิคม
So
จ้า
Ben now takes it upon himself to make sure that they can secure this round.
Damn boy
Very likely bonus now, but
เอ๊ะ
Elias hearing the hops.
ดูสินะ
เห็นละดีเห็นละ
Just kind of jiggling along even further.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much secured the bonus round already, but if you're able to carry forward 4 rifles with the credits they already have, Talon is looking solid. And, I mean, the Des talked about it, we mentioned it, but GE, this composition definitely seems like one that's going to need some rounds on the defensive side.
alright
Some. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, the Vicelock duo has been so dominant, right? I think it's like on a 7-win streak on Bind alone, and it's been quite dominant and impressive across other maps as well. Very popular. And one of the reasons is, especially on the defensive side, that you can constantly bait out this information. If they trip the shear, now you put the barrier mesh on the other side, things like that. The reason it works on Bind is because there's no actual mid, so it's somewhat more one-dimensional in terms of the push and pull across the map.
But on
And,
Lotus?
yeah, a lot of it is choke points, but on Lotus, I gotta see a bit more. Now, the Des mentioned it, Chamber, pretty good on this map. It's one of the ways to counter the old meta comp, so maybe that's the way you plug those gaps, but we're not
ตัว
seeing
เนื้อ
it
ถอด
just
แว่น
เป็
แล้
น
ว
ทอม
Not quite.
เป็นทอม
Apart from the second round where Darren got a couple kills.
เป็นทอม
but
เดอะเบส
again, I mean, we're looking at another potential Grafnet Salvo.
โดน142 นัด
Once more. Oh, Salvo's a little bit further in.
เฮ้ย
Yeah, ready to just fight on Rubble itself as a 3-man and then push forward.
พรีเมียร์เอาเรา
They're
โห
not going to find it,
ดั
so
ก
it's
เอ
just a barrier mesh instantly for the rotate. Now, this can be fairly written. I mean, Premi already sees it as well. This is something that Town's been so good at. They're just waiting to see, all right, is the barrier mesh used? Where's the shear wall? They want to draw out all that delay util, and they're getting it generally before
เอ้ยขอร้องเลยว่ะ
the 40-second mark, which is
เน็ตเอาอีกแล้ว
amazing for Talon.
Serves, but it's still.
อย่าบอกนะแล้วสปีดก็จะเหลือแค่100
Premi though, in with the outlaw, knowing that they're don't
Oh.
quite have the shields. He goes
Ow.
in aggressively for it. A bit of a wallbang into Yudotan, but the instant trade from Crystal rings back.
That is disastrous there. What a triple setup here from GE. So GE, if this is a call not just on the eco, but something they've picked up on from Talon, it's a great adjustment because they realize, okay, they're just constantly baiting out our delay util. They're constantly trying to make us use everything before the
เมื่อกี้เหมือนสายแลนมันถอดมันเน็ตมันออกไปแล้วมันก็กลับมาใหม่ใช่ไหมทีนี้ก็เป็นสปีดเทสเมื่อกี้ดูโอ้เหมือนเดิมอีกแล้วเหลือ100มันเป็นอะไรอ่ะ
ตอนแรก
ใช่
700 ตอนนี้เหลือ100เหมือนเดิม
ใช่มันเป็นอะไรอ่ะ
Free stack
โอ้โหโอ้โห
Yeah, it's just quicker reactions on the other side. Just
มัน
when
เป็น
you
ที่
thought
อะไรอ่ะ
Talon,
ทำไมมัน
just
อยู่
when
ๆ
you
แบบ
thought Talon might
สวิต
have
สปีด
won it,
แบบ
it's
นี้
been a huge lead, breaking that bonus. GE comes back and answers this way by fighting.
คือจาก1กิกะบิตเหลือแค่100เมกะบิตอ่ะ สปีดสายตอนเนี้ย
His solo Q antics coming out there. It was a good anti-flash, but not able to land before he's able to get that outlaw out and ready. And so now the operator in the hands of Darian. And then they'll have the tour de force as well. So he gets 2 chances to show us why they picked the chamber.
Does have a good sight line at the very least.
Oh.
He just raised into Udodon.
It's a nice forward position. Obviously, we've seen that evolve over the course of 2024. Jit Boy's already through. Poppy's ready for it.
What did he
That smoke.
see?
Can't just go out of it like that, but
What did he
Primi
see?
instantly striking on the other side. Good adjustments on the macro rounds between the 2 teams. This time, Talon really brings up the speed.
Oh,
And Primi's just digging deep into
That
enemy
ankle.
territory. This is already a save.
Had the numbers to go for it, so nonetheless just makes it work. And with the op in hand, there's just not much else that can be done. 3-1.
That works.
Talon's gonna hold.
It's just going to be that save here from Darian. Just keeps his back covered with that trademark. And he'll just wait to see if he can get an extra kill. Now, on the side of Talon, I mean, for sure, you'd see if he can go out hunting. Well, maybe not hunting with the knife out, but man, just seeing if he can close the gap there. Now they have that information, and Cruz is the one they
เซฟออก
want.
จา
Trying
ก
to get this kill, get that nightfall ready, get that
เดี๋ยวพี่มี
snowball
ก็ตัดเอาหรอก
rolling on the attacking side. But he can't leave the spike just yet. You just never know. So he's going to stick around. That's just going to be the hold. It looks like all the way to the end. Once the timer gets close, Cruz will peek out, but he's not going to take extra chances. They're okay with how things look going into round 6.
So far. But right now, I mean, also just seeing some of the adjustments into how the Talon might want to deal with that early A rebel control.
Yeah, the Rays can still get ahead of the grab net. That's something that maybe just not quite calculated. Maybe GE expecting Talon to respect that combo because the salvos take some time too to really land behind, and they're trying to get kills with the salvo rather than trying to block them from getting behind rubble. So it hasn't quite worked out. Holding on to the util for now, Kelly S. He knows something's wrong. He knows that the From the Shadows is here. He has to find a way out. He'll escape just in time.
Yeah, backs off into its waterfall. From the Shadows as well, I mean, it's just extra annoyance for the side of GE. But this is,
One way.
you know, the full side granted over for Talon.
จานคิวตื่น ร่างทองเริ่มมาแล้ว
Push further in towards spawn alongside that one way. Stealth drone does alert to Jit Boys at least that they're push coming out. But look at how his team comes back.
พยายามหลบ แต่ล่วง
Armageddon sent
โอ้
through
ไม่รอดอยู่ดี
Yeah, Jit Boys doesn't really have an exit
Wait.
there, but Primi
Wait, wait, wait.
refills the area.
โอ้นี่ไง
Allows him to get a triple kill
เดี๋ยวพิมมี่
off of the
มา
nightfall. Primi holding strong in the back of sight.
เจ็ดบอยพยายามหยบโดน จะหลบแต่โดนคนยิง
Yes, the last one alive. He goes back out for a fight, but Primi, another 4K on Lotus for the Thai rookie.
Doesn't matter what agent he's on
I'm
or
out.
what role he's playing.
ยังไม่ได้ใช้กันเลย
He's able to frag out, just reading the game and putting himself in the right situations to make it happen.
10-1-4 for Primi. He's just been
ตื่นแล้วไม่มีเข้าไปจริง
explore the map, go out for frags and run
พิมมี่ตื่น
free. Make sure that they're able to take flight all the way towards Masters Bangkok as they play their opening match in the second round of the upper bracket here in VCT Pacific kickoff. Still has a not dead yet as well, so you know,
โอ้โหโดนสโมก
more risks. That's been sitting in his pocket for quite some time.
This could work out effectively, knowing that Possible chamber or vise on the other side. So straight into the smoke. Swapping over to the right.
เมื่อกี้พาวเลอร์ไม่ได้ยิงทิ้งใช่ไหมล่ะ
Instantly up and once again another seaside.
ทำไมโดนไล่ยาวขนาดนั้น
น่าจะ
to the classic there just to make sure that you're using it as that shotgun.
อะไรวะน่ะ
Here, the knives coming out.
ไม่ต้องคลาสสิกไปกระโดดยิงหัวเดยอน
This post plant, it looks solid from Talon. They're just ready to fight on the site itself, not allowing GE to try to gain space. Only thing you're concerned about is that flank, but man, he has his eyes set.
Not much debate on it. No, they're working against the sheriffs as well.
เอ้ย
Side of cover. Ban
ผมกระสุนดีดเข้าหัวได้ไงวะนะ
takes the duel against Yudotan and wins
เห็น
it
อะไร
as
เมื่อกี้
well.
ใคร
Now on towards Waterfall,
ไม่มี
that's already gone. So the only last one left has to be spun. And that's when the Boobot comes out from Governor. Does spot out the couple of sheriffs at least. That's when the spike's about to
เก็บ
go
แฟก
off.
มาเลย
The rest of them being able to back off just in time, but Kelly has
ตัด
still
โกน
taking
ให้
down Governor. So not
ตัด
too bad.
กำลัง
A little bit of something for GE.
Oh, the triple sentinel on the triple sites, but really not able to utilize that. So much disrespect for the Util coming out from Talon, and it just seems like Talon perhaps has had a lot of experience playing against the Vicelock combos. I don't think we've seen a team yet in all these matches with Vicelock where they're able to just draw out and nullify all this Util before the 40-second mark. It's honestly impressive.
Just being able to blast back in, especially covering in that way.
There's timeout. I mean, you need it because right now the answer it's just.
เอาล่ะเดี๋ยวผมจะตั้งโหวตในดิสว่าเราจะเอาแผ่นรองเมาส์ตัวไหนมารีวิวดี
แหว
เดี๋ยวขอหากันตอนเนี้ยมีในใจอยู่ตัวหนึ่งแต่ตัวอื่นไม่รู้ตัวอื่นมันก็ออกมานานแล้วอ่ะอ๋อเจออีกแล้ว
And then go for a triple peek, maybe go for some spam. We'll have to double check their economy. Obviously, something like an Odin would help tremendously here, and they haven't really been able to buy up. They only had that one big investment at the operator, and that hasn't worked out.
Possibly the Ode, and they might have to go in for some light shields as well if they want to keep their utility up. But at the same time, I mean, maybe a bit of a double-edged sword. This is where, you know, Talon on the attacking side, they get to really kind of stifle some of these setups that GE might have, given how Frost is being proactive on his own timeouts as well.
All right, so it's still going to be that operator for the chamber. It's going to be an aggressive push out mid, but GE or Talon, do they have the read on this? Prowler spots it. You hear a Phantom, but a little bit iffy. Because the only place you should really be going out is with that operator. So barrier mesh used to even bait it out, but they still send the second Prowler. I mean, Talon had the read on this for sure.
Yeah, has been, you know, daring on this chamber so far. So of course trying to make another op work once again, but it's already been drawn out. However, it is the Vice this time with a sheer wall towards the A site. We'll see if Kalias can do anything with the setup.
Yeah, it's not really well positioned for him to try to get a kill off of it immediately. They will now set up the smoke as they see that util come out. So that smoke should let you know that someone is watching out here to try to get the kills, and they hear it. So Shearwall already taken down before the 40-second mark as well. Now the only thing you really need to worry about is where is the deadlock? Where are those sonic sensors? But Jit Boys hears it. It's a setup on the C side.
That's more information being picked up by Talon. Kind of fully aware of what G's setups are right now. So being able to flood into the C side.
เมื่อกี้ Jet Boys มองหา Trap อยู่
You save the paint shields for the sonic sensor.
แล้วฟิงไปด้านบน
It's thrown from long range right as it pops. You send Governor in. He's passed. He displaces the crosshairs. Then you're ready for the trades. I mean,
เป็นยูทิลของ เดนล็อก
none of them are getting value out of their utility right now.
เฮ้ยเล่นออฟไซด์เลยเหรอ
Despite every single roadblock being set up against them, Talon are able to bypass it. And now with the spike planted, everyone holding out from Mound, just a bit of a huge firefight. They have the ultimates to work against potential incoming retake as well, but thanks to the economy, G's gonna have to opt for a save.
And I mean, Talon right now, yeah, they have a Denlock, but again, they don't have a hard Sentinel. But with GE's comp and the way they've been wanting to play around their own defensive util, they're not able to abuse that either, right? There's no fast push to try to crunch on them. So Talon, they've been free to literally sprint from site to site to
GE
site
ดันกลับไม่ได้เลย
or chain destroying all the
ยาวละทีเนี้ย
taking out the chamber rendezvous, things like that. The fade, you only need to worry about Prowler for the chamber. The raise, only the paint shells for the sonic sensors. And then the sheer wall, whoever's there, you just jump peek it way before the 40-second mark, and you're good to go.
That's been the whole game plan. I mean, everything's being bypassed. So we'll see if, maybe G continuing to switch up their positions does give them a bit more variety, a bit more of an advantage, but so far has been Talon's game all throughout. Now back in
There
towards
guy.
Mount.
นะ
Just accepting that.
มัน
Okay, you know
I
what?
have to move.
Yeah, unless you spam.
มันเบี่ยงไปฝั่งโจมตีมากเกินไปอ่ะ
ใช่แบบนี้มันเน้นอะคือมันยากอ่ะแล้วถ้าแบบฝั่งบุกมันเข้าวางได้อ่ะก็จบเลยอ่ะถ้าไม่มีตัวที่แบบเบรกหรือหาข่าวหรืออะไรได้
Trying to get ahead of things as
อุ้ย
well. Just continuing to, push
ตา
onto
ทิพย์
that rotating door, doesn't spot anything on the other side. And Kelly
รอบที่สาม
spots a bit of a barrel and will spray down, but Jit Boys pushes back in just to find that trade. Darren receives a bit of contact in towards the A side as well, so fires off a shot, but unfortunately that Prowler forces him to rendezvous even further back again.
But it's still a wraparound. Crystal, he's ready for it. Cruz,
Oof.
he's not quite aware of that off angle. Crystal, can he get two? That's the spike stranded. Two members of Talon separated from each other.
Spike down.
Trying to isolate these 1v1s. Expects one more, but there's the paranoia he needs to survive the stun. Just trying to buy time, but it's too close range, and Premi will
ที
close
ม
the
เหี่
gap.
ยวสุดว่ะ
In with the shorty. So that's the spike retrieve. Now 20 seconds left. The Baron Mash comes up just in time. So it should be a really clear C hit. And the only one here to defend it off is Poppy.
But you have not dead yet. Premi has to be the bait. Premi has to go in, try to draw that fire. It's a high-low, and it's a drop down from Jit Boys. Enough time for the spike to get planted. And what happened? What happened to the annihilation? Tiny still gets the kill, but the spike has been planted.
Not dead yet. Used.
เล่นเวลาไว้ย
Supreme. Now he's on the timer. At least just buying a bit more
ชนะยาก
time
อยู่
off of the spike for Jit Boys.
เหลือ
to
จิ
ราว
hold
นี้
เหลือจิต
position.
บอยก็ไหว
Premi now pushes up for the move in towards Waterfall, but doesn't spot quite anything. Jit Boys has to try to step in, maybe a smoke to come up, but it's planted for stairs, so it's a little bit tricky for him to play against. Working alongside Premi Smokes now, but hearing the footsteps, it's Darian in close range with a hit hunter.
จับเรียบร้อย
Puts him down. GE
Win
manages to
streak.
find one round after a long while.
Yeah, it wasn't clean. It wasn't the way you wanted
แต่
it,
อีก
but right
คอร์ด
now,
วี
you
ของ
whatever scraps you can get if
ฮา
you're
รอนนี่
GE, you just gotta
ได้เรื่อยๆเลยอะ
ตัน
survive no matter what it takes. Keeping that operator in hand is important. This was a big kill, trying to deny them tripping that sheer wall, finally getting use out of that smoke on top of the Vice utility. But really, it comes down to Crystal digging deep, recognizing that Talon's just been pushing and pulling across the entire map.
Now watch that impact found. Truly, Crystal being able to find those two kills and putting up that salvo to buy a little bit more time. So despite Talon getting the spike down, round not quite there. Darren now being able to buy up the op. A bit of a higher setup just to throw things off in terms of positions, but still being able thwarted by Talon with their utility.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt. You wanted to pick out that raise before Governor was able to land and get space, but he's not going to land the shot perfectly. They got a little bit of chip damage while he landed, but that's going to be it. A good scan, but that really only acts to keep them tied up in A main. You've already given up that space, and now you have to reset if you want to react, again, with your sonic sensors, with your shear wall over on B and C.
That's really what they've got with this composition right now, so holding a lot of this the passive ground outside of pillars. They don't quite have the utility to come back in and re-clear. The drone's already been used, so Crystal just staying stuck inside.
เอาอีกแล้วนะครับ 5-0 เซตอัพ
Again, that defensive utility with a sheer wall, sonic sensors.
I wonder if they just go for an all-in, flood over the wall. You do have the pain shells, you do have the annihilation as well. They're clearing close. There's the annihilation, and they actually catch the Vice.
โอ้ย
He's
โอ้ย
just
โอ้
gonna
ย
get drawn out. Poppy, can you break it? It's too many.
Oi,
times.
oi,
He gets it
oi.
against him. Poppy outs
Oi.
himself from behind the pillar. Yudotan now on the site. The
Udotan,
shot comes up
Udotan.
and lights him up for Yudo. He's good for
โอ
three.
เค
Defending the site on
เดี๋ยวว่าจะ
himself.
คลัด
Working around the barrier mesh, finds the force.
2v2
He's
เว้ย
able to land the shot, but so much time bought for Global Esports.
เดี๋ยววันนี้แหละตัดสิน โอเค เรียบร้อย
Crystal, he wants this fight so bad, and he gets it 2v1. both coming from opposite angles around the site. Governor.
เห็นฮันเตอร์เล่น
So many positions he can be in. He gets spotted. It's a clean shot with the headhunter.
Such a huge round thanks to Yudotan's efforts, but down to the end as well, just being able to come in with that pinch, and even with the salvo to flush him out of position, tiny sliver, and Darian connects the shot.
Oh, what a hold from GE. It looks dicey. I mean, the annihilation was so good. Poppy just couldn't quite make up his mind. Do I go for this or not? It's stuck on the steps. Maybe it's a chance. But Yudotan, they buy just enough time for Yudotan to arrive. And the sheer wall still activates because the Vice hadn't died just yet. And Talon gets caught, lined up for the shots from Yudotan.
Off to the next round now. We're starting to see where maybe some of the scans can really push
อย่านะทารอนอย่านะ
for G to set things up. It's a bit of individual
จับทางได้แล้ว
like Yudotan
GE
being able to keep that forward. Darian now onto the door with the off. Doesn't spot too much out. It's Governor with a showstopper to create a little bit more space for Talon.
And just trying to make sure that they don't get caught in a trap play. Doesn't hold too much value. You're going to hold close. Governor continues to push them away. This time constantly creating space towards A.
7 รอบนั้นคือโคตรฟรีเลยบกซีเอาบกซีเอา
จริง
things up. They're trying to group up a bit more to try to fight back. This is the new GE way, and Crystal will instantly get the reclear.
Just continuing to hold down the baby door. Still though, Talon looks for an opportunity, some kind of an option into the A site. Yudotan snipes down the first, Darian for the next. And as they continue to try to find a bit more,
ได้เวลาทำเอาและ
blocked off now.
TLN
Still holding the same
นกแด
position.
ง
Premi trying to find these 1v1s, but they're not going to give it to him. 5 members left alive for Global Esports. Finally, some breathing room where they can just hold angles. GE waking up and remembering, hey, in 2025, didn't we tell ourselves we're just going to take the fights? We're just going to go for the reclears. Crystal, ready for it. Spots one. He's ready for the second. That's a 3K for Crystal as he brings the 4th round win for GE.
Talk about the spray down to the last round of the first half, and it still is GE finding the adjustments all throughout. You had that drone, you had the guns, and they're able to make all of it work.
Yeah, I think just adjustment. It might be a bit too late. We'll have to wait and see. But to say that, hey, one side we just kind of leave empty, right? We get the information. If they get in, they get in. Let's not worry about it too much. I mean, I can only imagine, being one of these team owners, team managers, watching your team play when you know it might be doable. Oh, they're trying to bring it back. Okay, the attacking operator this time from Ban. Because now they recognize there's that counter aggression, and he sees it, but Darian's good with the crouch peek. Shuts him down. Once again, some breathing room gained for GE.
Finding a bit of that duel. No rendezvous available now, so he's just holding it, maybe looking for the baby door to escape. And that just could give Talon a bit more space to creep further up. No one's holding up from stairs either.
Sonic sensor broken on C. Draws out another smoke coming out from Poppy himself. But off of that, GE, the idea has now been the same as that previous round. Just ditch one of the sites. If they're on C, if they don't go for the fast hit, let's just ditch it. Maybe reset. Darian gets another pick. This should let you know that there was still a lot of presence towards that A site. So no further movement needed. You still have a Sonic sensor to delay on the site as well.
เรียบร้อย
And Crystal continuing to jiggle too. He's got all the utility and the Armageddon, so just kind of setting up for it. As soon as he hears a bit of a tell, and there it is. Armageddon sent out. It's all lined up for him. Still though, Governor
โอ้ยเกือบละเกือบละ
beneath him, and will be able to strike against Crystal. Gets the second shot. No, Kellyes denies that opportunity. Primi now going on the offensive in with the shorties, despite his gun being taken away. Tries to pull it up just ahead of time to hold.
เกือบละ
15 seconds left is all that he's got. Takes down Yudotan, but Poppy up to the other sidelines.
หมดเวลากัน
GE will be able to strike
เจ็ด
back to end
ห้า
the first
ได้ไง
half
ครับ
with
เนี่
a 7-5 scoreline.
ย
Honestly, given how things started, I didn't imagine we'd be
โด
able
น
to
ถล่มแน่
5-7
แบบนี้
I would argue with the composition, sure, talent still looking solid, but GE looks rejuvenated. They've rediscovered what their flavor was, what their characteristics were coming into this year. We praise them so much for that hyper aggression the moment you get contact, the instant reclears, the instant pushes in, and they were able to remember that just in time to stabilize and stem the bleeding in the first half.
Just so darn impressive with how they were able to find it that quick, despite the, a bit of a swing back and forth. But now this is where you really start to think, right? You know, though they might have found those adjustments, how does this composition work for the attack?
I mean, well, I hate to say it, but you still got to keep a lot of eyes on Darien, right? As that chamber, you're the one who can take those aggressive angles. You're the ones who can take that aggressive fight, try to open things up. Yes, you have things like the salvo and the combo with the grab nets to try to fight off rubble, to try to get that early space, but at the end of the day, somebody needs to force Talon to use his util early to take these risky fights, and that's got to be the chamber.
That's a lot
อันไหน
of
เป็นอันไหน
pressure
เนาะอ๋อ
on the Singaporean shoulders.
See if he can live up to it. Started gaining his footing a little bit with that operator towards the end of that first half. But can he keep up the heat all the way to the end? What a momentous win it would be for Global Esports if they were able to make this upset happen against Talon.
Truly. Buys up on the Headhunter as well, so maybe looking for some of those opportunities now.
แผ่นรองเท้า
It's definitely not going to be easy, though. I mean,
Oh shit.
about a lot of these sight lines, and Talon, a bit of attention brought over to the B side.
Yeah, it's just a full B execute ready, but here's the C's play. The C's need right off the pistol round. Okay, I like it, Talon. We'll see if it pays off.
อย่าถูกแล้ว
ผิดละ
The rubble fight's not good for them. We don't see them in C mound. Now the Prowler just to check it. Will get cleared away by Crystal from far distance.
Holds, and yeah, nothing there. G playing safe enough. Comes back in just to try to do what they did on split from
ส่ง
before.
เสียงละ
A couple of taps in, maybe someone peeks out, maybe they find a shot through the Baron mash that way, but Talon smokes it off to play safe.
All right, clearing out tree with the drone as well. No
เน็ตไปหนึ่ง
damage just yet. There's a sonic sensor.
ดึง
There's
ขา
a Ravnet ban. He wants
อ
to
ร่อย
go for the kill. He gets one. He's trying to play it safe, but he knows he's surrounded. Needs to
อุ้
try
ย
to get two. Oh, just barely. Not
เดี๋ยว
even to land the headshots.
Still, yeah, just a bit of damage done nonetheless. Trying to hold it. That will be the spike for GE now, trying to play out from stairs with the boombot. Governor will be able to get ahead. That's Darien down. The rest of them all playing
อุ้ย โดนมัด
of tree. Surely with the Prowler and everything else being sent through, Talon sees that there's no one on site.
It's a good flash to try to reposition here for GE. They're trying
เว
to
ลาหมด
hold
ละ
on to tree.
จะ
Poppy
หมดละ
gets taken down, but now both of them in the smoke. They have to separate on the site. Premi
โอ
goes
เค
Brave spearheading the site. He catches the sight of the last member, and Crystal will get taken down. It's a full wraparound retake here from Talon as they pick up yet another pistol round here on Lotus.
Has the assist for the pick-me-up for the speed boost as well, so just goes in for the swings through the smoke nonetheless, and the whole team able to collect in through onto it. You know, gotta credit Poppy just trying to get ahead of that paranoia a little bit as well, but unfortunately it's just not quite enough to fend off so many players from Talon being able to read the whole situation in kind.
Yeah, and I think a big one
โดน
was
ล้อม
that boombot play from Governor, right? Swings out as soon as it gets the tag, and he's able to take up the chamber, which would have been a lot of danger for that retake. So opening things up for his team. Talon double outlaw. Wow. I don't mind it though.
You know they don't have mobility, right?
Yeah, they don't have mobility. They're not able to really force you off of those positions either, other than the magnetic salvos. So now you're just going to try to
เอ้ย
snowball this 2 rounds in a row.
โอ้ย
Oh, and there it is.
Now that's one. There's the
Damn.
the push out, and Talon
Fallet.
says, no way.
Oh,
they're gonna
for
get
sure.
Any of these sites. Spike drop.
Fallet อะ
Only Darien and his headhunter.
3 ตัว
Crouch as well. I mean, what is Darien gonna do now? He's maybe thinking about Cruz pushing out from the back lines, but that is gonna be it. That is all that they can write. Governor, everyone flooding through Mound that way. What else can you truly do?
17, 6, and 5 for Premi.
ทำการบ้านมาเยอะเว้ย ฝั่งการบ้าน
Bit of a throwback to his debut
ไซเอ
match.
เนี่ย
Able to just run free, pick up the frags, and be that menace on the map as that Clove really seems to suit him like a glove here. And Talon now trying to get ahead once again, 9-5, 4 rounds ahead, getting both pistols on this map just as they did on Split, the map they took in the very first map.
See how it can work out. Starting things off with a bit of a wallbang opportunity.
Hey, the Haunt recognizes that somebody's here. Governor takes a bit of a risky fight. I think just because of that first whiff, he got the tag onto Jaren. He wanted to stick to it, but Not able to fully get it, but they are able to push him away from Rubble. And so now, GE, they have to work a lot harder to regain control of that. They have to use util combos to really reclaim side of A. And so look at the rotations. Talon now sending Jit Boys all the way back over to B and C.
And Global just tapping on those doors, you know, trying to bring some of the attention back over onto the other sides as well. Just Cruise to hold outside of Rubble for now. Oh, great angle though. Does tag Crystal down to low HP.
Yeah, he still wants to stick around, trying to work away from that stealth drone. Peeks right after it. He gets two with the Ghost as well.
Huge value found.
Just insane value off of the Outlaw into the Ghost. Now Barrier Mesh trying to block off any further rotation. The spike should get planted, but Poppy, oh, we needed to stay alive for extra value. Now it's a 3v2 in favor of Talon.
Tried to catch him off in the rotations, but without the numbers, it just doesn't quite work out too well. Position not quite favoring him either, so down to it. Primi with the angle takes down Crystal. It's all up to Yudotan. Might be able to at least get one, but still into the sights. Can this Phantom really do all the work that is necessary? Continues to hold out from stairs, but now he's smoked off. He goes back to heaven. That's a little bit too clear. So dodges the flash and tries to re-clear through the smoke, but does he know that Jit Boy's on the other side? He anticipates it, but the spike is being stuck. Ben gets for Talon. Oh, the plant
Van
position
จุ่มสุด
just inside the box, and he's not quite able to get the spray. He doesn't have enough bullets to do so. That hurts. Honestly, I like the way Yudotan plays it. He takes the high-risk, high-reward play to just peek out of the smoke instead of dropping down all the way around heaven. That seems too obvious.
God
I just have to win the
damn.
1v2, and he goes for it. But at the end of the day, it's not great positioning. And
Wardog,
honestly, even if
okay.
it would have been off of heroics, right? At the end, it's still Talon really able to keep the number advantage throughout the
alright.
entire round.
So much all throughout for sure. Outlaw still being kept, but there is that Odin now in play on the A site. G tries to go for the quick B, hit instead. But unfortunately, Talon's all prepared
สุด
for
ยอด
it.
ว่ะ
Boys and Primi
อุ
are
ดรธา
able
นี
to hold down the exits.
วิ่งเข้าไปไซส์เลย
โดดดังดังดังดัง
I imagine it's a timeout in the next round, just because now that you've heard the Odin as well, what are your answers? I think you don't have many chances. It's
ก่อน
going to be 11 to
ก่อน
5
คอนเฟิร์ม
after
ส
this
เก
round.
น
You're
ล่วง
gonna
กัน
have
แล้ว
to make sure that you do not
โอ้ย
let
โกรธด้วยเหรอ
Talon
ล่ว
get
ง
to
แล้ว
that match point. You have to regroup and consider, okay, what did we prep when there's an Odin coming out? What did we prep in the future when an operator comes out? You have to think ahead many rounds in a row now.
But when you're down against this many rounds, it's just tougher. And without the numbers now, G slowly trying to
เรา
keep
จริง
moving forward through. Darian maybe
เลิ
trying
ก
to sneak into the A site.
เจตนาพี่ครับผมเพื่อนผมขึ้นไอรอน2แล้ว เฮ้ย ขึ้นนำกันไปด้วยกัน
But G just not aware of that timing just yet. But
ไม่เป็นไรเรา
as
จะหลุ
time
ด
pass, I think Talon starts to just
จาก
hold,
แรงนี้ไป
right?
ได้
There's no reason to start to go all the way towards A. Ban finds them as well.
อ๋อ
Oh, he takes them
What?
away and actually drops down to Darian. That is going to be what creates that opening.
Still down to the one-on-ones. Primi will be able to strike
โอ
back.
เคเอ้ย
Still that pickup now, tries aggressive alongside Jit Boys. The flash will be sent through. Primi gets
โอ้
is good for the hit ahead. And down to Jit Boys taking him into
Why?
against Poppy as well, flushed out of position. Thanks
สอง
to
ค
the
นนี้
flash,
คู่หู
Talon
เลยอ่ะ
still being able to keep it through 11 to 5.
Premi and Jit Boys, the duo coming through strong, winning those 1v1s each on their own. And Premi taking out Darian was so big there, because otherwise you have the numbers disadvantage and the position's not great either. But now, GE, no duelist. How in the world do you break through things like the Odin?
I mean, you see some glimpses of
Yeah.
what Darian can bring to the team, bring to the table, right? But still, in terms of the macro, it's just not quite there on these agents. Looking for the sidelines and everything, but the Odin just being oppressive with that suppressive fire.
ไปเลย
The Tejo not quite showing us the value just yet in this
อ้าวทารอนเหรอ
combination. And as a
เอา
result,
สุดอะ
Vicelock, I mean,
คื
they've
อ
never really been in a
โฟร์ส
position.
โฟร์ส
Obviously,
ได้
on
เห็น
defense,
แล้ว
it's getting ruined, but you know, the
เอา
post
ให้
line's
จ
not
บเลย
quite coming through yet in the second half. And like you said, it has to come down to Darian. We mentioned that at the beginning of the map, but how do you set him up? Is Rubble really the best position to try to set him up early? I'm not so sure. maybe fighting for that mound control and then going and re-clearing once you get another chance with things like the salvo, maybe using the stealth drone to re-clear rubble and then reposition Darien all the way back there. A little bit of push-pull, CHC rotates, a little bit more macro movement to try to throw Talon off, but Talon, the moment they find an opening, they've been tightening the gaps, right? We saw Cruz there holding right by Root with that Outlaw. I mean, we don't see the Fade holding that close every day, so we'll have to see if G's ready for that type of adaptation.
Talon, though, off the timeouts as well, also getting proactive on it.
You want to play? Let's play.
And it's just going to be the full rubble commitment and then Poppy on the lurk, but here comes the pinch and there's the hot. Oh, Poppy wins one. He knows he's in trouble. He needs to get multiple. There's the shear to keep him alive. Oh, that buys him so much time and space. Cruz, he gets taken down as well. And GE trying to turn things around here in round 17.
Spike planted.
Being able to shoot them down, Poppy.
ทารอนทำเอาให้เขาปะเนี่ย
Sheer wall as well.
สวัสดีครับคุณดีไซน์ดีตอนนี้อยู่ยังไม่ได้เปิดแรงเลยยังอันเลดอยู่เลยแต่ถ้าแอดก่อนก็ไดมอนด์ครับจะมี ID หนึ่งผมเปิดแรงไปแล้วอยู่แพทเฮ้ยทำไมมีแมลงเข้าห้อง
You have those ultimates online as well for global esports. One more chance to try to continue things. And we'll peek out. Okay, he wants to destroy the economy as much as he can. Doesn't matter if they finish off one extra ultimate. They've got the wombo combos. He's only going to be good for one. GE now climbing up to 6. Still 5 more rounds to go if they want to tie things up.
It all starts off with a bit of a morale boost right now. Being able to flood in through the A site, hearing those footsteps towards the back, and Poppy just having that huge potential to anchor and hold down his ground.
Yeah, and this is another part of the Vice Lock shining through, right? The shear wall will always activate. It cannot be destroyed, so it works as that sensor for your flanks. It actually keeps Poppy safe from the pinch. It's a good read from GE of the potential pushes out from Talon.
They'll continue to play that same position. Meanwhile, the rest of the team tries to push on up. Darren this time with a full operator.
Now with this, if they can try to push and pull around A, and then if they want to go for a rotate, they could even still go for a B and C pinch as well if they take control of B main. But right now, Poppy already gives up that position. Looks like it's going to be an A hit. Uh-oh, Darian and Kelly's kind of stuck there. That's a good paint shows right in the corner. Darian, he needs to open things up, but they're just not giving him an opportunity. Nightfall at the ready if they hear the entry start to happen.
หน้าบีลิงนี่มันหน้าหวาดเสียวจริงๆ โอ้ยจิตบอยโดนรอดเวลาเอาคืนโอ้ยเทรดสวย
As we see Crystal being drawn all the way to his death. Poppy left alone. 1v2. Can he shine? The clutch master. He hasn't had many opportunities today.
30 seconds left.
But this may be the most important one. Spike in range, but only 20 seconds. And look at Jit Boys' position. Already trying to throw him off.
So much to consider, but if there's any time to make it happen, 1-on-2 is the time. 15 seconds, and he's going for the quick sprint into the C site. From the shadows from Jit Boys, though, in towards Mound.
Got to go for that safe plant. But Jit Boys should give the information of exactly where this is. Cruz is ready for the spray.
No.
Poppy finally ahead in this clutch. 1v1. Going round and round. Jit Boys tries to smoke it off. Keep him guessing. Keep him locked in around the spike.
Oh my god.
Poppy, the clutch master once again. 7 rounds now. Only 4 apart. A complete momentum shift.
Down to the 1-on-2, and he's still able to make it happen. Peeks out as soon as the spike was planted. That's just Poppy.
I mean, that's when you know you've made the right pickup in the offseason. Like, this guy has been bringing them so many impact rounds. Week 1, now week 2. This one round may have been everything. GE now ready for their own trap play here. It's going to be Yuta holding close, but there's the far range from Poppy once again. His shots have been good. I love that they trust in that.
มักกี้
He's on fire
ตรง
right
นี้
now
เลย
here on this Lotus. I'm trying to see if there's
Talon
any
ไม่มี
sort of
ปืน
push
อะ
out. Is there a prowler, maybe even a showstopper all in from Talon to try to get to match point? But okay, nobody bites the bait. Talon says, no, we just got to wait, right? We're not taking any of those extra chances.
A gift.
So close to it. Down when things are this tense.
Bring them down.
Then it close and safe, and now the Prowler being used to retrieve information.
Now, only one gun fired, but it's still going to be enough for Cruz to just say, I got to bail out if we want any chance. It's going to be with the team. He's just going to hold on the smoke so they don't try to get extra reach off of this execute. Goes for a little bit of spam.
Oh.
Poppy's already got the flank under control.
Being able to watch that at the very least. Now with things being planted out closer towards main, they're able to hang back. Where Talon will be forced to make a move to break through.
Just
given the guns.
And just lining up together, waiting for the spike to go off. Ban will be trying to position himself for a bit of an exit frag.
รอตัดปืนอย่างเดียวเข้าไปวัดไม่คุ้มอะ
Let's have that Bucky in hand. Eventually, we'll have to go through that baby door to go down to the spike.
That's kind of what they have to do. So just being able to hang back for now.
Now, Darian just choosing to go down to the spike. He just wants 1 or 2 extra kills to try to get that turret of force, but nobody will peek him in time. Just the Outlaw lost. Still lots of credits on the side of Global Esports. I like that. Min-maxing as much as you can.
That's too
That is
more.
exactly what you need in this situation. Looking at the ultimates, Cosmic Divide online for Poppy. That's another execute that you can do, work around that ultimate. But slowly, Talon starting to bank up their ult points as well.
Being closer to it as well. I mean, possibly being able to push it over the edge to match point now.
Showstopper still online. That's got to be the big one for Talon if they want to try to secure match point. Combo used on A. Rubble erased in favor of Talon.
And G kind of swaps on over onto the other side's scan, but not quite finding anything too much. Just Darren marking the angle in with the broken prod through to the C site.
Here comes the Prowler. Oh, it's a nice wide swing as well.
Oh.
Governor baits him in, knows it's going to be the re-challenge. That's a big kill. So much of the map now given over to Talon. They have so much control. You still have Jip Boys holding on to Rubble. B main completely under their control until the re-clear comes in from Poppy. It's all up to Poppy once again, but for now the main force looking at C site.
A little bit unfortunate, right? No rendezvous, so now backed into it through the smokes, and Primy's able to take the first shot.
Poppy's got to win this fight. He needs to open an extra option, but he can't. And look at Cruz. He knows he just doesn't have to give up that kill, but meanwhile, Crystal tries to get one, but Kelly not able to get the trade. There's a showstopper to push them away. Lands right at Crystal's feet. And Poppy, yeah, you had one clutch, but will they even give you the opportunity? 30 seconds left. He gets one. Spikes down. He has a chance. There's a not dead yet. They just want to draw time. And Jit Boys will not miss that chance. 12 points on the board. 1 round away from ending this best of 3.
มาเว้ย
Those numbers putting up
ทีเดียว
the
ทีเดียว
not dead yet as well. Just so tough for Poppy to make it happen. Down to it at the end. I mean, look at this little combo to hold down outside a pillar, just to give them so much more space taking down their end.
Yeah, and I love that
Oh.
like Cruz just not giving that fight. And things like that, where you just understand, okay, the win condition is just don't fight Poppy. Don't give him a chance to open up the map even more. Don't allow GE to start to regain control around
เปิด
the
มา
map.
ฮาร์ปเลยว่ะเดยอน
A lot of hits this time, trying to weave in between.
Find you.
All right, you heard the Vandal taken out, but you gotta imagine just the way that GE's been playing. There's that operator. Governor is ready for it. What a setup from Talon, and that may be the bells ringing against GE. The final draw, the op dropped, Rubble given over once again, trapped in B main. Here come the paint shells. Here comes the paranoia. The absolute chariot of Talon pushes through.
GG เลย
As the dust settles as well, the last 2 players, I mean, running out of options, but still trying to keep
5v2
themselves in
จ
the
บแล้ว
game. knowing that there is
Polio.
the
พีชสกปรก
potential
มาก
of rotating over across the map. A bit of that deadlock utility on the C side as well.
I mean, yeah, what do you do to break this? Yes, you have the Cosmic Divide. It looks like they might want to
โอ้ย
use that, but
โอ้ย
there's no
ดู
reason
มุ
for
มแบน
Talon
ดิ
to budge. There it is. Primi
สมอง
gets
หาย
it.
3
โอ้ย
2เอ้า
There's a reaper
โดน
smoke. Okay, not
โดน
bad
บอด
though.
เต็ม
Kalias gets it.
เดี๋ยวพี่มีเอาให้
Flash is ready. He antes it, but he
เอ้า
starts just too fast. Gives him the full flash.
So now maybe a bit of an opportunity to get the spike down at the very least.
Oh,
Alongside Cosmic Divide, but Governor gets ahead of it. Pushes
Go,
alongside
go.
the wall and gets the quick flick shot into Poppy. All down to Kalias.
Ooh.
Shorty, but Governor, point blank range, still makes it happen.
ย้อนเย้ยย้อนเย้ยโอ้ย้อนเย้ยโอ้
There were a lot of questions from a lot of fans in Map
Bro, bro.
Why Governor looks so good on that solo?
Yo.
What was going on there? But now in this map, they prove we know what we're doing. Governor closes things out. Primi leads the board, and Talon Esports will continue on forward in the upper bracket.
Damn.
Such an incredible evolution of
ท่านเอา
talent
จริง
as a team. Sure, you swap around some roles, but
Give me third.
ultimately every player has kind of leveled up the control that Governor is showing
พิม
right
พ์วีลื
now.
มตา
Just working alongside
ทีนี้
his
ยังไม่
team,
ฉาย
making
เท่าไหร่
those
อ่ะ
reads happen,
นิดนึงอ่ะ
firing off and landing
มันยังไม่
those
สุดอ่ะ
op shots.
อะไรรอถ่ายรูป
Really,
ทำไม
really
เขาดู
good
วุ่นวาย
play. Just recognizing the win conditions, recognizing how GE
จานคิว
adjusted
ตื่น
that
กับชนะ
second
แต่
half.
แต่เมื่อกี้ถ้าเก็บ
That's
2 ได้สวย
where
น่าจะ
this team
ติด
beats
แฟด
together
นิดนึงอ่ะ
since the end of stage 2 on Talon Esports. It shines. That experience comes through for them. And GE, they put up a great fight. But this one, Talon, everything on the line as they try to take one step closer towards Masters Bangkok, trying to play in front of that home crowd. Quack, you and I were both there when Ascension happened in Bangkok. We saw what it meant for the
กี่ทีม
fans
นะที่
there.
ได้มา
They
บัสเตอร์
would
แบ
like
งคอกอ่ะ
nothing
3
more
หรือ
than to
4 วะ
represent
3 ปะ
their home region at a Masters tournament.
ไม่ได้ตามแฮะ อันนี้ไม่รู้
จำไม่ได้เลย
Imagine if it was Talon, but that said, we do have the winners interview, so let's throw it to the stage.
เพิ่งตื่นไม่ค่อยชอบ แสงมันแยงตา What the fuck พี่คอมเมนต์โคตรเหี้ย
วัด
GE ไม่ใช่อินโดเป็นของอินเดีย
อินเดียแหละ
ใช่ของอินเดีย
Hello guys, it's Bella with the post-match interview and GG Talon. Where is my
Yeah.
governor? Governor, hello. Yes.
뭔
Hello,
하고 그래.
governor. 탈론 거원호 선수 인터뷰 만나겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Oh, hello. If I could stand right there. Yes. 와, 오늘 어비스에서 다시 돌아오면서 탈론이 달라진 글로벌 e스포츠를 상대로 승리를 했습니다. 좀 예상했던 대로 경기가 풀려갔는지 좀 예상 못했던 부분 때문에 놀란 경기가 있었는지 좀 물어보고 싶어요. Wow, that was you guys faced the new global esports, and did you guys expect the day to go like this? Were there any surprising moments that you had today?
Well, it was a new team, so obviously completely different roster from last year. So, I mean, we came into it confident, obviously, but I think the important thing was we didn't underestimate them. So going in, like, there was still a lot of prep because it's just a completely new team. But no, I mean, I think they played map one, kind of caught us off guard a bit, but we focused up and just did how we did in scrims, and then it went well.
이제 전에 만났던 지이긴 하지만 선수들이 다 바뀌었기
완
때문에
클리어.
새로운 마음가짐을 가지고
GE
오늘
खया
경기를
롱 खया
예상했던 것보다 너무 이제 상대가 잘해줘가지고 당황하긴 했지만 연습했던 대로 탈론의 방식대로 경기를 풀어갔다.
ย้อนเย้ยกันชัด
저희가 또 어비스에서 프리미 선수 태호를 보고 많은 분들이 놀라셨는데 어쩌다가 프리미 선수가 태호를 맡게 됐는지 그
แต่ชอบของวาโลมากกว่า เอ้ยชอบของเคาน์เตอร์มากกว่า
People were caught off guard with Primi on Taeho.
มันดู
So what
ของ
kind
เคา
of
น์เตอร์มันดูแบบ
conversations led to that?
มันเลียวดีอ่ะ
Can you tell us about that?
I think one day he just said, "I want to play Taeho, bro."
It was him?
Yeah,
And
he
you
wanted
guys
to
were
play
like,
Taeho.
and
Yeah.
he was like, and you guys were like, okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it worked out role-wise.
ไม่รู้ดิบาตา
I
บาด
mean,
ใจ
I know we got kind of owned down split, but role-wise, it just made more sense for him to go on Taeho. So so that me and Joseph could go, or me and Ben could go the double duelist.
음흠.
So it was a mixture of like it just worked, but you know he kind of wanted to do it as well.
일단 프리미 선수가 나 태호 하고 싶어라고 팀에게 먼저 이야기를 했다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이게 아마도 프리미 선수가 포지션을 태호로 이렇게 변경하게 되면서
เล่นอะไร
거버너
ไม่รู้
선수랑
เนื้อ
조이
มา
선수가
รู้
총력으로
พัก
이렇게
ก่อนดิ
조합을 잘 이끌어 나갈 수 있는
5 โมงเย็น
그 조합도 괜찮을 것 같다고 생각을 했다고 하네요. 그리고 일단 저희는 퍼시픽에서 탈론의 좀비 컴포지션만 놀라운 건 줄 알았는데 오늘 3타격대를 3감시자를
มาโหวตกันเนอะมาโหวตแผ่นรองเมาส์ที่จะรีวิวกันเนอะมีของไมมอดแล้วก็ร้านเมาส์อินโนอาบิสเกมมิ่งเกียร์ไดมอนด์V1กับออนิอัสอะไรเรื่องคือเปลี่ยนชื่อบ่อยจังวะ
อันไหนคือแผ่นรองเมาส์มีขอบวันเลือกอันนั้นมา
โย
อีกอันมีขอบอีกอันไม่มี
อันนึงเหมือนจะเป็นไซส์490คูณ490อันนึงน่าจะเป็น490คูณ420ลดราคาเกม Rockstar Games ประหยัดเงินสูงสุด80 เซนต์ Let me see Red Dead พันโย่เว้ย
เกมไหนก่อนที่มันลด 80%
75% Red Dead Redemption 2เหลือ400โอ้โอ้ โอ้ อ่าอ่าลดถึงวันที่7โอ้ เก็บกล่องเคาน์เตอร์มาขายจะได้ตังค์ไหมเนี่ย อันนี้194 บาท อันนี้24 บาท โอ้ยแผ่นอันนี้68 บาทเลยเหรอแผ่นเพลงอันนี้ โอ้โอ้ยอันนี้50 บาทเลยวะอยากได้เรดเดดวะดูสิตอนนี้ใน Steam Wallet ผมมีอยู่93บวก50บวก50บวก200
อะไรจะขายสกิน
อย่าเอาเปลี่ยนใจมา CS เหรอจะขายของ CS มาซื้อ Red Dead อ่ะดิ อยากเล่น Red Dead อ่ะแล้วขอเล่นเคาน์เตอร์เก็บกล่องแป๊บนึงมันใกล้เลเวลใกล้อัพแล้วเดี๋ยวดีจะได้กล่องมาขายกี่บาทสรุปได้กล่อง5 บาทร้องไห้เกมในตำนานใกล้แล้วเนี่ยเลเวลใกล้อัพแล้วแข่งขันไว้เลยมาด่านไหนก็มาไม่วอร์มเลยเอาแค่กล่องเริ่มเบื่อมาโลยิงเอาอะไรไม่ได้สักทีมันไม่เจ็ดเพื่อนมันเพื่อนเอามันเบสอย่างเดียวจริงพอมาเล่นเคาน์เตอร์ผมก็ยิงไม่ได้แต่ก่อนเคาน์เตอร์ผมก็ใช้ได้อยู่นะ เรามาตอนนี้มันแบบโอ้โหทุกอย่างก็เปลี่ยนไป โอ้ยอินเฟอร์โนซะด้วย ใช่เจอโดนตายแล้วคือกราฟิกมันก็ครับคือไม่ได้ต้องการกราฟิกอะไรที่สวยขนาดเนี้ยกันเพก็กว่าเดิมอีกอะใช่โอ้ยกระตุกทำไมภาพเข้าการแคปเจอร์แล้วมันดูเหมือน30 fps เลยอะเรานั่งเล่นไม่ทำเลย วาวเขารวยได้ตังค์แล้วเขาไปทำอะไรแล้วคือ Left 4 Dead 3อยู่ไหนอะ Half-Life 3อยู่ไหนอะโดต้า3อยู่ไหนพัตเตอร์บอกยังใส่ใจกว่าจริง ฮะ
ไก่
เปิดผมเป็นคนไทยด้วยนะวะเพลงอะไรวะนะจะบังโหโปรทีมเมทกูเป็นคนชาติไหนเนี่ยบังจังเลยยิงไม่โดนใครมันก็ไม่เอาเป็ดมาป่ามันโยนเนตเลยประเด็นโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยมีอะไรอีกวะเอาไงหนุ่มโหสโมกไกลจัดอุ้ยโอเคคุณจะเอาผู้พันไก่ทอดวะไก่โคตรแม่น
แย่มากยิงไก่
จะเอาฉายาผู้พันไก่ทอด อุ้ยโอ้ลืมไปแล้วมันเรียกว่าบาร์โคนี่
บาร์เคนี่
บล็อกโคลี่
วัด
จากระเบียงโอ้ยจากระเบียงเป็นหักได้ไงโอ้โอ้เพื่อนซื้ออะไรได้บ้างเนี่ยใช่ผมเคาน์เตอร์เซฟแบบ AD อยู่แล้วอุ้ยมันจะมีจังหวะด้วยเหรอเคาน์เตอร์เซฟ AD แล้วมันจะเป้ามันจะตรงอ่ะต้องหาจังหวะนั้นให้เจอผมลืมไปหมดแล้วไม่ได้เล่นเกมนี้นานมากเฮ้ยฮาร์ดเฟรดิตเลเวล4เฟรดิตผมเล่นทีเดียวผมไม่เล่นมันอีกเลย เข้าไปทรมานชีวิตจัดอ่ะขอซักอยู่โนวา4เนี่ย Where is chicken? Where? เอาเลยฉายาเนี่ยไม่เอาจะไม่เอาเล่นๆโอ้จริง PS มันชีวิต
Đưa anh phát ra khỏi phát 5 quả
banana
dia
Dua VA
ด่ากันแล้วมันด่ากันแล้ว
ไม่รู้ว่าบานาน่ามันเป็นชื่อคอเอาในเกมไปละบานาน่า
ใช่ผมเล่นแรงปกติแต่ว่าผมก็พอเข้าเฟซอิดปุ๊บโอ้โหลบทิ้งอะไอ้แจ๊ปากมีแจ๊ปปากเอาผมเช็คแป๊บนึงนะ
What TK
ฮะ
มีคน TK
คืออ๋อ จิ้มกันเอง โอ้ไม่ไหวขอใช้เซนส์ตัวเองนี่แหละปรับตามนักแข่งมาเยอะแล้วคือเจ็บมาเยอะแล้ว
Mid pushing hello
Mid push
โอ้ยบีบฮอปไปได้แล้วโอ้มันเป็นเกมอะไรไปแล้วเนี่ย
Go just go
Bruh.
Flashbang out
Bomb has been planted
The bullet
One banana already
มันไม่มีรออินพุตให้เปิดหรอโอ้ bro นักปัดของเร็วร้าน MP9 MP9 ตอนนี้มันต้องนี่เดี๋ยวขอระยะไกลก่อนนะ ต้องที90ดิ
Mid push. One more.
ก็เป็น
Can you come?
อยู่กัน3 คนกูตาย
โดนงัดผ่านสโมก
Two baller, are you guys deaf?
Nice. I think I clear. I got boiler for you guys. Just on the side. Lab. Nobody mid. I got mid. Nobody mid. Get to boiler, guys. You can rock boiler.
มันคืออะไรวะ CL โอ้ไอที่มันโชว์ปิงโชว์อะไรจำไม่ได้วะเน็ตกราฟที่เอาเน็ตกราฟอ่ะไม่ใช่จะกลับไปเล่นเซตโกอ่ะคิดถึงเซตโกเดี๋ยวไม่ต้องเป็นเซตทูแล้วโคตรกินเครื่องเลยเนาะอยู่ไหนนะมันพิการเทมเซียสอยู่ไอดอลอะโอ้
Two right now. One up in coffin. One boiler, less.
Push me dead.
เอาไอ้บ้านเอ้ยเอา
Mid pushing.
Mid push. Go away, guys. Last B. Smoking.
ยาคาลัมบิดดอปเปอร์เท่าไหร่วะเนี่ย30,000หรอ
Okay, I'm setting it down here.
Library.
Stay up, Molly.
เดี๋ยวโอ้มันไม่มีตัวมากั้นตัวไอ้ระเบียงแล้วเนี่ยว่ะดูลบดูลบ
Fucking going, bro.
อะไรก็ได้ขอแค่ได้กล่องตอนเนี้ยไอ้หวงตุ๊เป๋เรดเดดรีดัมชันตุ๊ฮ่าฮ่าเดมาชิคเก้น
ชิคกิน
Get out!
One more, but. One more.
สเปรย์เป็นเลข7 ล่างลงเป็นเลข7
Clear. One.
ไก่
I got one.
Sorry, sorry.
Got it there.
กาซูโฮมิ
Yeah, but I'm pushing middle.
เล่น second mid น่าจะดีกว่าวะ
You spruced up knuckleheads ready to do this or what? Throwing a Molotov. Throwing a flashbang.
One.
I'm throwing a grenade.
One more.
2 banana. Pushing banana already. Come in.
โอ้โหยาเอเลียนเอ็กมา My teammate so mad right now.
Let's get in and get out, okay? No time for bloody dilly-dallying about.
มีคนหนักกว่านั้น
I'm throwing fire.
พอต้องแฟก1แฟก
Pushing mid.
Grenade out. I'm throwing a flashbang.
Just swing, bro.
อะไรของมัน
Grenade.
บ่นอะไรกันต้องการอะไรก็ไม่บอกนะคนนี้
Green, can you go in too fast, bro? Orange, I think. Nice. 2B rotating.
กันดูอ้าวไม่ยังไม่หลบมุมไม่จับ
Shoot from mid, I think. Could be boiler now.
Headshot 90%, bro.
Remember, this isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life.
Haha, โดน
Let's go. Grenade out. Throwing a grenade. Grenade.
เฮียเฮียเอ้าสรุปยังไงเนี่ย
Smoke.
Bro.
My goodness. Give me a kiss. Ano ko po? Alayอ่ะไม่กระโดดอย่างนั้นเลยเหรอนี่มึงบ้าปะเนี่ย
Two more.
Damn. Oh, bad.
Smoke. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke.
Can you boost me here? Quick. Come here, bro.
Okay.
I jump you in smoke. Use that boost.
Throwing smoke.
Coming in.
Yeah.
Smoke.
In. I have a lucky last time.
Oh. เดาทางกระสุนเกมนี้ไม่ได้เหรอ
Move it. Flashbang. Incendiary out.
ถูกไหม
Yeah. 2A, 2B right now. Only. In B.
God. ขอแค่กล่อง
내가 지금
Banana again.
banana, yeah, setting up banana. Two smoke.
coming B
Coming. Yep.
over here dummy oh
Two more.
ถูกแม่งเบดอ๋อ come on bro ยังไม่ได้เลย
Let's roll.
อ้าวไม่โดนวะ
อ๋อจุกอันนี้จุกกระสุนเบี้ยว
โคตรเบี้ยวเลยกระสุนเกมนะ
ไม่
We will spill their blood today. Smoke! I throw the flashbang.
โอ้ยสแตสิเยียบไม่เห็นภาพเลยว่ะไม่เห็นภาพว่าจะได้กล่องเลย
กระสุนเบี้ยว
เอ้ยทำไมไม่เห็นลายกระสุนเลยอ่ะสโมกไปไหนวะนะอุ้ยbro
โอเค
พี่ชายมีแฟตสูตร
4 HP ดีว่ะไม่ยิงผ่านกล่อง
เห็นไหมนะเห็นไหมนะเห็นไหม
บอง
บอง
เพื่อนยิง ย่ำจะทีเคกันอีกแล้ว
dude come on ตาแดง
Fire
ไฟนอรี่เอาแบบเป้าสีแดงด้วยได้ปะ
Watch them, they run like little chickens. Flashbang.
mousepadออฟกินกูแซบเลยอ่ะโบรมองไงวะไม่รู้เล่นวาโลมากเกินไปอย่างเงี้ย
แย่เยอะละ
โอ้โหจะได้ไหมเนี่ยกล่องวันนี้อีก600 XP อ่ะเฮ้ย แม่โอ้ยับยุยี่สมองไงวะ
มันหายไปทางไหนวะน่ะ
มันหลบแฟดตัวเองไง
หันหลังแต่โผล่ตัวมาด้วยยูยี
โอ้ยเฮียแม่งย่อโอ้โหเอ้าเดี๋ยวผิดฝั่งออฟMy God, bro.สับสนตัวเองหมดแล้วไปไหน จะมีโอกาสได้ไหมเนี่ย เฮ้ย จบแล้วสูตรนี้ Bruh.อยู่ไหนเนี่ยเอาเป็นทีมกันเองแล้วโอ้ยนิดเดียวกี่แต้มวะเนี่ย300อีกเกมนึงเหรอเดี๋ยวไปเข้าห้องน้ำแป๊บนึง
โอเค
เกมเดียวจะได้กล่องขอเหอะนี่ลาอีกแล้ว
Let's roll.
โอ้โห คุ้นๆนะเนี่ย
ถูกเตะโดยเซิร์ฟเวอร์แอนตี้ชีท
ใครเขาโดนนั่นน่ะ เจอไอ้นี่อีกแล้วอ่ะ โอ้
เจออะไรเหมือนเดิม
ขอจะได้กล่องไหมเนี่ย
แล้ว
ใครเอ่ยฮัลโหล
เอ้ยอย่า
เออ
คนสวย
One nest.
คนหนึ่งคิดถึงเพื่อนในโอมแทบจะเรา
Get jungle. Get jungle. One nest.
GG dead. Con.
Yo.
เอ้าแผ่นไม่ติดหรอ
Connector.
เต่าอ่ะ
Don't peek.
เกือบอ่ะ I got a GE right now.
One nest.
One on B.
There's two jungle. Get B. Two jungle. Main nest. You're marking now.
Hell no, come on. Salmon is a cat ฮะ That
Hurry up.
Something. Oh. Oh. Why me? What the fuck? อย่างอะไร Oh!
One nest, two nests. Sorry. Planting for CT.
Why me?
Bomb. God damn. One A, one staff.
มันอยู่นี่เหรอเนี่ย
Bomb blue. One ramp blue.
Load.
One mid.
Okay.
Flashing now.
Oh, the wall.
No.
Lém lên đây này.
Ôi giời ơi.
Monster.
Xài đây.
โหละสวัสดีครับคุณซูชิสวัสดีครับClash or kick โอ้ย
Run, run, run.
Counter-terrorists win.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sigma, Sigma boy, Sigma, Sigma boy, Sigma boy.
คุณหลอดมาคุณเศร้าเลยยิงถูกวันนี้คุณโฟ01ครับตอนนี้ใช้ไมค์อะไรนะไฟ AM8 ครับเฮ้ย AM6 จำสลับกันสาลีเรื่องคุณโฟ01นะครับที่กดซับผมมากๆนะครับโอ้โห The Off กูไม่ได้ตั้งใจพีก
One CT, one CT.
ตั้งใจพีกไม่เป็นอย่างนี้หรอก
Oh, triple. Run, nigga, run, run, run.
แต่ผมใช้2ระบบนะถ้าเครื่องไลฟ์ที่ต่อพูดอยู่ตอนนี้คือ AM6 ถ้าเครื่องที่คุยอยู่ในดิสมันจะเป็นตัว FDUCE SL40 แต่เวลาลงเสียงลงอะไรเงี้ยผมก็ใช้ AM6 นะครับ
I'm smoking jungle. Jungle is dangerous.
Jungle is dangerous. I know. Sigma boy sorry ขอโทษนะ คือผมหลอนมากอะตั้งแต่เล่นไอ้โลบอกวันนั้นน่ะโอ้ยกูอยู่ไหนเนี่ย
Same guy there.
Crash or kick ขออีก300 ทีผมจะเอากล่องไปขายไปซื้อเลนเดส2อยากเล่นเลนเดสด้วย
ซิกมาบอยซิกมา
Come on
Definitely one guy under.
ออนไลน์
One stair.
อย่าไม่ใช่ธรรมดา
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh. Oh.
เฮียโอ้
Big oof
กูเครียดเลยกูเครียดดิกูเครียดไอ้แฟดมันไม่แฟดตรงไปด้านหน้ามันติดบันกบสะท้อนเข้าหาตัวเฉยเศร้าอ่ะโอ้ยกูเครียดผมต้องเล่นปืนที่จะเบรกฝั่งตรงข้ามแล้วยิงพอว่าแบตใส่กูพอเลย
XM 1014
อย่า
Nice.
เช็ดอะบอกทีว่านั่นไม่ใช่ฝีมือผมอย่าบังกันกูอยู่ไหนแล้วมันไม่โลเลยเหรอวะยิงไม่เข้าเลยอ่ะมันวิ่งผ่านเองกันวะเนี่ยโยจะเตะกันเฉยมาสเบด
All mid. Don't peek that, fucking go side or something. You see, they're all going B already. 1B, 2, 3. I'm gonna die. Already.
Hey, hey! Watch me some more, bitch.
There's one stair. One behind.
เสียงผมหลุดเหรอ
ไม่นะ แต่สตรีมค้างไว้แล้ว วัด วัด FK
อย่า
AFK สุดยอดเลยว่ะ
Greatโอ้ยกูเครียดแซดดี้ คือแบบเป็นเซฟโซนแล้วขอตัวเดียวที่มิดเลยดีเซิร์ตมาดิฮามอนแม่งเคาะมันเลย
There's one still mid. No. Fuck this guy. There be. Probably revenge. Just one
ตาย
guy.
ผมนั่งพิงกำแพงเลยอะ
What?
The best of the best. Counter-terrorists win. Oh yeah.
นั่งไม่เข็นขึ้น กุ้มเลย
Green, sell your M4 green. Take the one on the ground or something. Or give it to blue. I don't know. To you.
من انفورة انفورة. Yes. Oh my god.
อะไรวะอะไรวะ โอ้ยกูซึมเศร้ากูเครียดเลยเฮ้ยออฟ aggressive เฮ้ยโอเค alrightมันไม่บึ้มปะเนี่ยถอดถูกแล้วแม่นขึ้น 100%
They're coming in. Hey, coming, help.
อยู่ไหนเนี่ยอยู่ต่างโลกละ ไปต่างโลกละ
Sandwich.
เอ้ย
Sigma, Sigma boy, Sigma boy.
He could be B, for all we know.
Bomb has been planted.
3, 2, 1.
Nice, nice. Put on suppressor. Yes, yes. Fucking bay, mate. Jay. Nice.
ไอ้ยาต่างคนหนังเฟกกันผมจะหยุดความผมหยุดเกมนี้เองผมเคยเล่นเกมบ้านี้มาก่อน
Mid? Okay, I'm flashing mid 3, 2.
B, 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 B.
Alright.
B, B, all B.
Ôi.
All in, 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 all in.
Rồi chắc cần phải đen miền. Cuidado, va. เฮ้ยได้ดรอปละพอใจละเอากล้องมาเสียเวลาเล่นเกม3 เกม12 บาทได้สกินในกี่บาท3
โอ้โหตะกิน
อะไรอูจะบ้าเฮ้ยมันมีคนขายได้1 บาทเลยเหรอเอาด้วย0.7ก็ได้โหไม่รู้ไม่น่าออกแล้วอะโอ้โหเศร้าชีวิตมีเหรอจะมาซื้อ Red Dead 2 เดี๋ยวผมไล่บวกเรียงตัวเลยโอ้โหขายเอาไว้หมดไอ้พวกสกินไม่มีราคาเนี่ยเฮ้ยอันนี้2 บาทสุ่มกล่องให้ได้มีเลทูก็ได้แล้ว ครั้งล่าสุดอะผมเปิดได้นี่อะ กล่อง40 บาทกุญแจอีก80 บาทสกินที่เปิดได้6 บาทผมพอตั้งแต่นั้นอะมันมีของอย่างอื่นอยู่เดี๋ยวผมขายพวกกระจิตกระจ้อยออกไปกันเพลง65 บาทจริง AK นี้เท่าไหร่25 26เนี่ย205 บาทแล้วผมลงขายแล้ว220อ่ะคิดว่ามันไปถึงปะโหสตรีมผมอยู่ไหนวะต้องไปตรงไหน Security อ่ะชิลแมน ได้อย่าก็ต้องเสียอย่า Come on
เล่น
bro
เล่นบอกมีคนถาม
ฮะไหนถามได้ไหนอะ
แชทกลุ่ม
แชทกลุ่มอ๋อเกมอะไรวะน่ะเขาจะให้เล่นอะไรเขาจะพาเล่นอะไรรู้แล้วทำไมไทย ไม่ฮิต CS สกินแพงมีดแพงจริงคือมันแพงอ่ะไม่ใช่ผมลงไปแล้วเหรอมันแพงแบบแพงทุกอย่างเลยอ่ะมันไม่น่าเล่นอ่ะไอ้นี่ผมจำได้ผมไปซื้อมา20 บาทจากเว็บนอกพอโลพอว่าพอได้ CS พอเลยสู้ไม่ไหวจริงอะ CS มันเนาะงั้นแหละอ๋อผมลงไปละสกินคาร์บอนที่ขายครับผมอยากเก็บมันไว้ดูต่างหน้าวะเจ็บปวดชิบหายเลย5.79รอดำเนินการโอ้บาดแผลในใจ มีปมฮะยังไม่เล่นอ่ะบอสเดี๋ยวจะไปพักก่อนไปหาอะไรกินกัน
เหมือนกัน
โอเค อย่างอื่นขายได้ไหมพับจีมีโอ้โหแม่งพอกันเลย0.24ขายไปซื้ออะไรดีน่าดีไม่รู้จะซื้ออะไรเลยอ่ะ ไม่เอาอะไรแล้ว เฮ้ยอันเทิร์นก็มีอันเทิร์นขาย โดต้ามีอะไรไม่ได้เล่นเลยอินฟอร์เทสก็ไม่ได้เล่นมันแต่มันมีของมันในตัวได้ไงวะเนี่ยโอ้โห Killing Floor ขายได้ปะเนี่ย0.03ไม่เอาอะไรแล้ว ขายไปอีกแล้ว 0.30 บาทเข้าวอลเล็ตแล้ว ขายไปแล้วจะซื้ออะไรดีเนี่ย 0.27 ตั้ง 0.27 บาทเลยนะ ใครมันขายได้ 31 บาทวะนะไม่อยากจะโม้ AK47 Safari Match ผมอันนี้ไม่ถึง50 สตางค์ทำใจแล้วนะเราแต่ก่อนที่ CS2 มันจะเปิดตัวโอ้โหคือของมันแบบของมันราคาดีมากอ่ะ มันเป็นอย่างนี้ได้ไงนะขายรัวๆเลยเงิน128แล้วโอ้ยอันนี้ต้อง5 บาทขายเพื่อค่อยไปวันซื้อมาใหม่ขายไปเรื่องไม่ถูกเลยซื้อเลยดีใช่ปะพอดีรวยเกินโอ้ยเนี่ย0.29ขายไปซื้ออะไรดีอ่ะโอ้ยกอกอันนี้25 บาทเลยเวลวอนด้วยหนีขายทีรวยมาเที่ยวแบบคนแอฟริกาโบเมลเด้งรัวๆตอนนี้ไม่มีรายการขายพร้อมใช้งานสำหรับไอเทมนี้ทำไมอ่ะแล้วนี่อะไรอ่ะงงว่ะออฟอันนี้ก็ขายซะเฮ้ยมันเคยขึ้นไปถึง15 บาทเลยเหรอเนี่ยลืมดูราคาสติกเกอร์เลยโอ้พอกันอุ้ยอันนี้5 บาทเลยเหรอถึง15 บาทแล้วมันพอสนใจไหมครับ อีกต้องหน่อยจะหมดกระเป๋าแล้ว ไม่เอาอะไรแล้วอ่ะเกมเนี่ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยสติกเกอร์นี้มันมูนอ่ะสติกเกอร์นี้มันมูนว่ะสติกเกอร์ผมก็ไม่ค่อยได้พ่นอ่ะไอเหรียญ5 ปีขายได้ไหมรู้สึกอับอายมากเลยตอนมันไปแปะอยู่หน้าโปรไฟล์อ่ะเล่นเหมือนเพิ่งเล่นโอเคผมเลิกเรียนอาราซีเอสอ่ะเจอวัยรุ่นในจีนวิ่งยิงในทิกตอกผมมีคลิปที่ผมเคยเล่นตอนนั้นเดี๋ยวไม่อยากกดเข้าไปดูเลยว่ะขอเลื่อนไกลนิดนึงก็ไม่ไกลหรอกง่ายเนี่ย CSGO non palm experience
Baby squirrel, you sexy motherfucker.
โอ้โหลืมไปเดี๋ยวไลฟ์เลยเดี๋ยวไลฟ์เหลืองเดี๋ยวเฮ้ยสนุก474 บาท เราต้องการนี่ตอนนี้เท่าไหร่วะ138 ลบ 474อีกตั้ง300 กว่าบาทฟิกเวอร์กว่าซิมเปิลอีก ก็คือออนไลน์ก็ต้องซื้อแยกใช่ปะ Ultimate Version จะได้อะไรอ่ะดูดิ Get Exclusive Story Mode Content Including คือมีเนื้อเรื่องโดยเฉพาะเหรอ Yes ใครตายได้นะพี่มีอยู่ข้างเดียวอยู่ได้ ขอร้องโบนัสบวกเพิ่มขึ้นเมื่อเล่นในออนไลน์เอ้ย เงิน158 บาทแล้ว ก็คือจาก474ก็เพิ่มมาอีกไม่กี่บาท well เล่นเดส2เนี่ยเราบอกแก้ขัดก่อน มีมีไตไหมไม่มีให้เลือกเอาออนไลน์มาเล่นกับผมนี่ออนไลน์มันกี่บาทมันต้องซื้อออนไลน์แยกเหรอโอ้โหอ่ะอันนี้ภาคแรกเหรอเฮ้ยเงิน163แล้วมีซื้อผ่านเอาไว้เยอะไหมเฮียโอ้ my god ออนไลน์ต้องซื้อแยกอ๋ออันนี้ภาค 1มันเอาภาค 1มันลงตอนไหนเนี่ยใช่ปะใช่ภาค 1ปะเออตอนแรกเห็นมันเอ็กซ์คลูซีฟเฉยๆนี่โหออนไลน์300 บาทเบอร์ Definitive Edition ไหมจริงๆถ้าผมเข้า Rockstar ตอนนี้มันก็มี GTA San อยู่นะYo what is that game ชีวิตไม่มีอะไรลดราคาหรอมีแค่นี้เหรอ Human for Fat เล่นที่มือเจ็บที่คอ100 เปอร์คอนรีคอนโอ้จำรหัสผ่านไม่ได้ใส่เพื่อพังเหรอก็รีคอนเกมดีไหมครับผมก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันอ่ะ ผมไม่เคยดูเลย แต่เห็นว่าก็น่าจะดีอยู่นะสายรหัสวาโลมาซื้อเลสมันเช็คยังไงนะว่าวาโลเราเติมไปเท่าไหร่แล้วเพื่อนผมเคยเปิดเช็คอยู่อ่ะผมน่าจะเติมไม่เกิน 6,000อ่ะขายก็หารครึ่งไป 3,000เฮ้ยใหญ่ ปัญหาชื่อ ใครใครว่าอะไรผมไปหมดอ่ะตอนนี้ถึงเวลาต้องซื้อภาค 5ยังภาค 4ผมมีแล้วเกมในตำนานอันนี้ซื้อมาตอนไหนอยากได้ GTA 4อ่ะคือมันปลดแบนได้ยังอยากเล่นภาค 4อ่ะคือผมต้องสมัครสตรีมที่เป็นลงที่ US ป่ะ เรียกว่าอะไรนะ เปลี่ยนไอสัญชาติอ่ะ เฮ้ย ขายออกไปแล้ว โห8 บาทอยู่ในช่วงนึงเหมือนกัน ใครมันจ่ายผ่านอะไรวะ โอเค งั้นเดี๋ยวผมขออนุญาตไปก่อน เดี๋ยวไว้มาไลฟ์ใหม่ตอนนี้กี่ทุ่มแล้ว1 ทุ่ม อีกทีอาจจะเป็นพรุ่งนี้เพราะวันนี้มาโอ้โหไลฟ์4 ชั่วโมงแล้วเดี๋ยวไว้เจอกันทุกคน ขอตัวไปก่อนนะครับไว้เจอกันครับคุณซัจโจน่าคุณซูชิถ้ามีอะไรผมก็อยู่ในนี้น่ะถ้าเล่นเกมก็เข้ามาจอยกันได้ไปครับโอ้ตะคริวกินเจอกันครับเจอกัน